Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless blight. Until our final days, we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. We shall never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi there, everyone. Coming at you pre-recorded with heartburn. My name's Nikki, and I will be playing Delphine Gaia Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Everyone, my name is Jay. There's some sort of bane in your friend's body. What are you gonna call for Mori Busters? And I'll be playing Forged from Failures, the Bonar Rune.
Hi everyone, I'm Lilith, just a silly little girl playing a silly little black fairy ragash named Juniper Kameen.
Hi, I'm Navers. I play Quinn Kelly, the Children of Gaia Ragabash.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council of Philodox.
Hello, Internet. My name is Echo, and tonight I will be playing Will-O-Wisp, the Galliard of the Children of Gaia.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, everybody's favorite daddy, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Wise, Philodox of the Silverfangs.
Hey everybody, I am Nori, and on this very special episode, I will be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Hey everyone, my name's Preston. I play Jason Dreams and Decay Thorn, Theurge of the Bonar.
As you can see, we have a very, very full table tonight, but we will be getting to that shortly. First, let's get everyone caught up on where we are now. Boy, oh boy, are we headed full steam towards endgame, as the pack had a very, very important intervention with Raymond after Delphine had a conversation with Charles asking for some advice on how to approach Forged about what she had found out at Piney Point. Charles may have not given the reaction she was expecting, saying that maybe, just maybe, the child should be none of their concern as to the risks it may pose to the Sept, but ultimately agreed that they would get the support they need, and if there was a time to go looking, it would be now. Delphine then approached Forged with this information and addressed what she had found on the computer at Piney Point. This sent Forged into a bit of a emotional crash out, as I'm sure it would anybody else had they found out that their child may potentially be in the hands of Pentex or something much worse. But beyond that, that the brother that they had covered up the disappearance of many years ago was still alive and was potentially part of the enemy forces. Then the pack met with Raymond to have an intervention to make sure that they were all on the same page about Jordan and his Fomori-like status and what they were going to do next. It was eventually decided that they were going to do the right to attempt to cleanse Jordan, and that they would be ready or prepared to deal with potential consequences from that right. Meanwhile, Quinn and Willow hitched a ride with a friendly trucker named Roy, who was still healing from a head injury he had sustained a few weeks earlier at a similar rest stop. But this time it would be a much more peaceful encounter and journey that led to them finally arriving in Tampa, Florida. After a little bit of wandering the streets and soaking in the atmosphere, they caught glimpse of Unicorn, their patron spirit, who told them that the best thing for them to do was to wait to be approached by the residents of Tampa. So they went and got a motel room, and shortly after, there was a knock at the door, where Stakes, her claim, was waiting to address them. So let's pick up right where we left off in our first scene of the evening. So as I just mentioned, our scene begins in a rather cheap and run-down motel room, a place that Quinn and Willow had just rented for the evening as they were going to sit and wait for the Sept of the Evening Star to approach them. But they didn't have to wait long, because a knock at the door drew their attention to a young woman with very shaggy black hair, dirty and torn clothes, and a ruin of one eye across her face, covered by burn scars, almost completely melted over. As soon as you answer the door, Stakes says, "You got anything to drink?" and just proceeds to walk into the motel room without invitation.
Do we know, looking at Quinn, very confused, do we know this person?
Quinn will sigh and close the door behind him and say, "No, can we help you?"
Stakes heads over to the mini fridge, opening it and looking at the disappointing emptiness of it, shuts the door and says, "It's all right, I always come prepared," and reaches down into the cargo pants pockets to fish out a tall boy, which she immediately cracks open and takes a big swig of, before looking to the two of you and saying, "You're new here, right?"
Yeah, pretty new.
She then takes a long look at Willow, looking her up and down before giving off a slight snort puppy.
No. Looking rather incredulous at that comment. Just, no, and we'll go stand next to Quinn. A little in front of Quinn. It's like, no, I'm not that.
Sure you're not, Stakes says as she wanders over towards the bed and plops down upon it, crossing her legs in front of her. I suppose I'm your welcoming committee. Welcome to Tampa.
All right. Well, I'm Quinn. This is Willow. Nice to meet you. Who are you?
My name is Stakes or Claim. I'm a Ragabash of the Bone Nars, but you can call me Stakes. Which tribe do you two belong to?
We're both children of Gaia.
You see Stakes take a big sigh and roll her eyes a little bit before saying, is there like a convention happening in town or something?
No, why?
Another of your tribe came into town recently, so I hear.
Oh, interesting. Well, if Unicorn wants us here, then we're here.
Apparently so. So, tell me about yourselves. What do I need to know before I bring you to see people more important than me?
Quinn will look a little bit down at Willow, giving a nod to tell Stakes about her first.
Looks like, oh, we didn't talk about this bit. Okay. And sort of straightens up a little more. I am Willow Wisp, the Galliard of the Children of Gaia, and just sort of does this like very robotic sort of a bow. It's like, this is how you do this, right? Yeah, just looking at Quinn like, am I doing this right? Greetings, fellow, is this when we do the howl bit? When do we do the howl bit?
No, Willow, just tell her about you.
Oh, fuck, you are young. All right. I'm a lupus born too. You'll get used to it eventually, but it's an adjustment period, to say the least.
Yeah, sure is. I'm Quinn Kelly, Children of Gaia, Ragabash. I come from the Vermont Sept up north, in a rather kin-seeking Caern. We train kin seekers over there, and I needed to leave for reasons that I don't want to talk about right now, but I guess I'll have to eventually.
Well, they're gonna ask. That's for certain. So I don't personally care. Everybody has a story. Everybody has their own skeletons. But do you bring any harm to this area? Any problems we need to know about? Anything following you?
Potentially, there is a warder of my Caern who wants me dead and may try to find me again, may try to kill me. I'm unsure about that right now.
She nods her head a couple of times before looking over to Willow. And you?
Looks over the Quinn. Do I need to mention the, all of the everything? I'd like to not mention all of the everything.
You don't have to mention it to me, but you're going to have to mention it to them. They're Hamid-borns. They have all kinds of questions and needs to know everything and care.
Oh no. Okay. Well, it's been like months, right? That's so it should be fine. If it doesn't impact current, I don't think. It's fine. It should be fine. I shouldn't.
Stakes takes a deep
Visibly a little
breath
distressed.
and rubs the bridge of her nose. Okay. Well, there's a few things you should know, so you're not surprised when you hear them, because the last thing you want to do is be getting all uppity when you meet the leadership. One of my pups did that once, and they're still living to regret it. Barely. There are leeches in this city. There is a current ceasefire between the Guru and the leeches with some very distinctly drawn borders in the city. I don't have a map on me, but I'm sure you'll get to know them very well. That being said, until the introduction takes place, don't go downtown at all. Stay here, stay north of here, stay away from the university, but don't go downtown, because if they catch you, they will kill you, and you will have no backing from the Sept. Understood?
Understood.
Second thing, you said you're a kin seeker?
Yeah.
Well, that makes two of us. I would recommend you hold off on those activities for a short while, just until you get settled in. There are some new ones popping up in the city recently, and, well, your SEP leader is also a kin seeker in training of sorts, and they're going to take the lead on any new ones for the time being until, again, you get settled in. But if you smell anything, don't be afraid to let any of us know.
Will do.
Things are tense around here. We're coming off of a pretty big conflict with a Pentex subsidiary that had started poisoning the nature around the region. It's been dealt with and they've been destroyed, but there may still be some lingering after effects as the infection dies off. So if you're out in the woods and you come upon any plants that you don't recognize or that seem unusual, report it to the Sept, but don't approach. Don't get too close or try to handle it yourself.
Understood.
What's a Pentex?
It's a big bad human group that is more interested in money than nature and pretty much do anything they can to destroy it. Big in the worm.
Worm. Got it. Okay. Cool. And then leeches are also another word you said. What does that word mean?
I don't know how much context you're gonna have for this. Vampires? Does that word sound familiar?
Nope. No. That's a big word.
All right, well, basically they are dead humans that are still walking around and have to eat blood to survive. They only come out at night, mostly, and they are also of the worm. They'll stink something awful if you come into contact with any of them, especially to you. So just keep your, and she taps her nose, keep your nose sharp, and if once you learn the boundaries, you encounter one of these things and they're outside of the boundaries, they're fair game.
Okay. Thank you.
Believe me, I get it, kid. This is a lot to get used to. I'm only, she holds up 6 fingers, this many in our years, and I'm still learning. So, you have any questions or need to chat with somebody who knows what it's like, I got you.
Thank you. Yes, it's all very exciting and very bright and loud and interesting and fascinating, but also confusing and disorienting and lots of other ings. So I thank you. Yes.
Well, once we get you to the Sept Cairn, it's far enough away from the city that you should be able to feel more at home, and you won't have to deal with the sounds as much, but you're going to have to get used to it and slowly acclimate yourself, or not so slowly acclimate yourself, because most of this area is like that. Strip malls, city. It's a lot of people, a lot of sounds and smells that you're probably not used to. And lucky for us, this Sept is particularly fond of lupusborns and goes out of their way to make sure that we're comfortable. So just stick around the cairn once you get introduced to it for a while. There's some good hunting territories around there and woods. It is part of a bigger park that humans sometimes hike through, but we can tell you where the good hiking trails are to avoid them.
Good. Okay. Yes. Good. Yay. Okay. Good. Yay.
Another thing you should be aware of, and she looks to Quinn, there are other Farah in the region. We have a agreement with them, a understanding of sorts. So if you come upon any rats or bats, or I don't know, if you come upon anything that smells out of sorts but isn't a leech or isn't something of the worm, assume that we are on good terms with it.
Understood. I do have a question, if I could ask one.
She takes another long drink of the tall can and then looks to you. Go ahead.
We were greeted by a spirit embodying some sort of flame, and they told us to seek out someone named Delphine. Is she your Sept leader?
No. But she is the theurge of my pack, and she is the caller of the wild of the Sept now. So she's earning her way. She's a silent strider. And if a strange flame spoke to you, it's likely the pack patron Ember.
Thank you.
Like I said, it's a very tense time for you to be arriving. The pack is about to handle some very difficult business. So if you don't get the warmest welcome, or if you're viewed with any kind of suspicion, don't take it personally. I think that everyone is just a little on edge right now, and just mind your manners. Remember whatever etiquette you know. She then looks towards Willow. And if you don't know, just follow this one. They seem pretty schooled on how things are supposed to be around here.
Yeah. Would it be better to be a person or to be a not person during introductions?
For the intro, be a person. They're going to have questions for you and answer them to the best of your ability. But like I said, they are very fond of lupusborns, and so they'll be very charmed by your sparkling demeanor.
I like that word. I'm keeping that word. I'm keeping that word. And pulls out like a little notebook and just writes their approximation of how that writes down phonetically and puts a little star next to it. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, we keep that word.
So wait, let me understand this right. You can write, but you don't know what a vampire is?
I've been teaching her more of the human skills before introducing her fully into everything.
I still don't know how to write, and I don't think it's all that important, but to each their own, I guess. You have odd teaching methods to me, but I'm curious about them. We'll have to follow up on that more later.
Of course.
Now, you said you came from Vermont. As far as I know, that's Sept of the North Country. So you were really deeply embedded in the nation.
Correct.
While we observe the litany here, you have to understand things are done a little bit differently. They're trying to make something new, build something from the ground up here. The old wasn't working, and they believe that a few more accommodations, a few more understandings could help possibly get us back on track to taking control of this fight that we're in. That all being said, you're going to see some things, hear some things, experience some things that are going to be or seem problematic. They got a stargazer as their Rite master, for starters. Now that's not that big of an issue. She's a old lady and sometimes grumpy, and I like that about her, and she makes good snacks. So you'll warm up to her in no time, but just know that going in so that when they mention it, you're not caught off guard or surprised.
Thank you.
The cairn also is unusual. Unlike anything you've ever experienced before, I almost guarantee it. It's old, very, very old, and very powerful. You might experience some strange sensations when you approach it, strange feelings. You might hear some things, see some things, experience some things that are unusual, but know that it's all known about, it's all expected, and it's all welcomed. So why here?
Honestly, it was because this Ember person brought us or told us about it. We were really just looking for any other sept.
You often follow whatever spirits talk to you?
When I'm desperate, yeah.
Well, in this particular case, unless you know the spirit, don't listen to them around here. Not right away. Not until you get to know them, because we've had some issues lately with the guru being swayed by banes, having strange kinship with worm spirits. Something we're looking to remedy, but they are not just taking their usual tactics of corrupting the things around us. They are going straight to us.
Noted, thank you.
There's also been a history of Black Spiral Dancer activity in the area, but it's believed that that problem is handled for the time being. However, there may be leftover imprints from them, especially on the umbral side of things. So just beware. Take a guide with you. Delphine's a great one. Eliza's a good one. They can help walk you through the area. There's another child of Gaia, Terrence. He started out here, was kinsought here, then went to Georgia and just came back. So you'll meet him too. He's a cute kid, to say the least. So what else do you want to know before you get thrown into the frying pan?
I think I'm pretty clear on the issues here.
Maybe, but it'll be more clear eventually. She looks over towards Willow. You?
I know I'm a little, fresh, I guess, is a term I could use. So how do I make them like me? I'm not used to the peopling. Yeah, the peopling is confusing, and people say words that don't make sense or have more meanings than one, and that is confusing. And I just want to make them like me.
Well, they're gonna like you, at least most of them. They, like I said, like Lupus Born, so just be yourself. But the most important thing you have to do is listen. When they tell you something, listen. If you don't understand it, ask for clarification. Ask for them to explain it. Because when they tell you to do something, they expect you to do it. And if you don't, that's a way to go from liking you to not liking you real quick. So just follow Quinn's lead. And if it's not Quinn, come to me and follow my lead.
Okay. Cool. Great. Good. Thank you. Good.
You'll fit in just fine. Most of the guru around here are young, to say the least. I'm one of the older ones, if that's telling you anything. So just listen. Be aware. See what others are doing. And really pay attention to right from wrong. If you think someone is doing something wrong, they probably are. And if you think someone's doing something right, they probably are. Trust your instincts. There's no better way to get used to this life than to trust those instincts as best as possible.
Yeah, just trying to regain footing in a whole new set of feet is hard. But yeah, thank you, Stakes.
Speaking of feet, if you're planning on going in any stores, you're going to need some shoes. But there are some good slip-on shoes or flip-flops that you can wear so you don't have to feel so confined. I personally hate them myself, but sometimes we got to go places that require them.
Right? They're so stupid! Why would you want to cut off your connection to Gaia like that? I don't get it!
I still don't even like wearing clothes, but I've been told that I'll get arrested if I don't, so...
Yeah, Quinn made that very clear that clothes need to stay on.
They're very itchy.
They are! The textures! So I keep having Quinn put little patches on that are good textures on the safety hoodie. So that's good.
She gives a minute smile, just the small corner of her lip curling up, and says, I think you and I are going to get along just fine. We'll get plenty of wolf time in to make this human time a little bit more bearable.
Great, good, yes. I have been Hamid for a little too long. You know, it's been a bit since I could be me. So that'd be good, please.
Okay, so I'm going to give you the rundown of some of the guru you're going to meet here. I already told you about Eliza, Stargazer, big grandma vibes. There's also Aspen. She's the Sept leader. She is short, has yellow hair, is what they call a lawyer, a professional arguer. Don't take her small size for granted. She's highly respected around here. There's a reason she's in charge. So she's not one to go pick a fight with. Then there's Malicious Jester, the Galliard Elder, the Tale Singer. You're actually going to get to know her pretty well, I think, there, Willow. She's been through a lot, so I hear, but she's also kind of the heart of this place, or at least amongst the elders. So tread carefully when asking her about herself and her past, and don't press on anything she clearly doesn't want to talk about. But she's a good one. She cares probably more than she should about everyone she meets, especially within this sept. Then we have Dreams and Decay, the Theurge assistant under Eliza. He is a bone gnar. He owns a bar. Pretty cool place. Gives you free drinks if you ask the right way. He's also been through a lot recently. He lost his sept after the Black Spiral Dancers attacked the 3 septs at the mine up in Michigan. He's a street wolf, to say the very least. He's going to be very, very embedded in the human side of things. So he's a good one to go through or go to for human lessons, human etiquette. He knows what it is to be on the more rundown side of things, but he also can give you some good tips on where to scrounge for food, hiding places, that sort of thing. Like knows like. Being a fellow bone gnar, he's a good one from the human side. And then, this is going to be a good one for you. There's Charles, who probably shouldn't even be a guru, but is somehow the guru in the eyes of the nation. He's a Silverfang. He wears suits. He doesn't like being a wolf or something. He's very proper and very, very strongly into etiquette. He's probably going to be your trainer for a while since you're new here, since he's the warder of the sept and the worm foe. He teaches with an iron fist. He's very blunt. He doesn't play games, and he especially doesn't care for failure or lack of trying. So when you're with him, try your hardest, do your best, and don't give him a lot of lip. He, in fact, shattered the jaw of one of ours on day 2. So just bear that in mind. But then there's my pack. There's Raymond, Ghost Council, Philodox, leader. He's going through some hard times of his own. So he's the one that's probably going to be a little bit testy when you meet him. Just, again, be nice. Mind your manners. You'll be fine. He was in the army, the human army at one point. So he's very disciplined in a lot of ways, and knows military etiquette. Then there's Forged from Failures. I think the name explains it all. He's a bone gnar or a rune. He's a shithead with a heart of gold. Well, probably sterling silver, to be completely honest, but he is a good ally to have, an enemy you don't want, and he can get your ass out of trouble just as much as he can get you into it. So just remember what I said. If it feels wrong, it probably is wrong. If it feels right, it probably is right. He likes to toe that line pretty often. There's Delphine, who you mentioned, the Theurge. She is on a healing journey after being stuck in a really bad place for a really long time. She got attached to some pretty harmful human substances for most of her life, but she's coming out of it now. So just encourage her to keep being good. There's Juniper, my ward. Black Fury, Ragabash, absolute asshole, but my asshole, so don't go fucking around unless you want to get bit by me. She's also having a hard time accommodating to humans, and she was born a human, so keep that in mind. She's a little bit feral, but she is a sweetheart, and she's trying her best. And then I think that's pretty much it. There's Sean. He's a Black Fury Theurge. He was in my original pack back in Michigan. He lost an arm in the raid on the mines. Probably best not to bring it up upon first meeting him. And don't stare. And she looks at Willow specifically.
Who has been staring at the floor this entire time, trying to take in all the information, leaning specifically in with the right ear just to make sure it hears better, because that's the one that hears better for some reason, and has been reacting very viscerally to every description of every person, and specifically with Charles, made this sort of screwed up, like, ew, gross expression the entire time Stakes was talking.
I know it's a lot. I don't expect you to remember it all, but I also didn't want you to be caught off guard or surprised. The last thing you need to do is make a bad first impression around here. Yes, they're very surprisingly forgiving, but things have been tense lately, so I don't know how they're going to react if you do something fucked up. So just be on your good behavior. I'm going to give them a heads up you're coming and let them know or ask them when they want to meet you. Until then, just stick around here. If you need anything, figure it out. But don't go hunting in the woods until you meet them. Don't go downtown because of this ceasefire. And it should only be a couple of days. I know it's a tough place to be holed up, so there's a good park not that far from here if you need a little bit of time to stretch your legs, but go there at night after the humans are gone if you're gonna go, because that's smaller and more frequently hiked. She takes another long drink of the can before shaking it. You can tell it's already empty. Well, I'm tapped. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
All right, I'll come back and get you when it's time for the introductions. It's going to be all right. You're going to be fine. This place is unlike anywhere I've ever been before, and I wouldn't still be here if I thought it was a problem. Get me?
Understood.
She shoves herself off of the bed, plopping down and standing. All right. Good to meet both of you. And we'll chat soon, yeah?
Of course.
She starts heading over to the door and tosses the empty beer can into the trash can right by the door and pauses at the doorway. Like I said, welcome to Tampa. And then she opens it and steps outside, letting the door close behind her, leaving the two of you alone for a few moments before we move on to discuss anything you wish to discuss after meeting Stakes.
I counted. She used like 15 of the words you said not to say to other people.
Yes.
Is that like bad?
Probably not for her. She sounds like she's got things settled. Oh boy, we're fucked. This is gonna be a lot.
How much do I need to tell them about everything that happened? Because I don't
think all you
wanna
really
talk
need to
about it.
say-
I don't want to think about it anymore.
All you need to say is that you were in a facility that hurt you when you ran away. That's all you need to say.
Okay. Okay. And you can see them like sort of flinching as they sort of clearly are having a little bit of a flashback as their eyes sort of flicker back and forth for half a second and they sort of shake it off. It's I haven't talked about it because we weren't gonna talk about it because I don't want to talk about it yet because I don't know how to talk about it yet. How are we gonna talk about it? How should I talk about it? I don't want to talk about it.
They're probably going to ask questions. You're going to have to say as much as you can. But if there's something you don't want to say, you don't always have to say it.
Okay. Okay. And we'll just sort of absentmindedly just sort of grab at the space like in between their ribs where there's like a tangible large scar. It's a fully absent-minded like self-soothing maneuver. And it's just I'm just we're here, which is not there, so there's no way that's going to be a problem. And I just need to not think about it, and it'll be fine, and it'll be good, and we'll be good, and we'll be safe, and we'll be here, and it'll be good.
Right. Let's settle down for the night, and when they call for us, we'll be ready for it.
As you both prepare to go to bed for your first night in Tampa, what's going through your minds after this introduction to the city, after Unicorn and now Stakes and all of this preview you've been given to the sept you're about to meet? Quinn, we'll start with you and then we'll go to Willow.
Quinn is concerned more so than he was before that he has made a terrible decision coming down here and choosing this place over a place he knows well enough to skirt around, but he is still willing to at least have Willow find her place here and figure out if he can hide away in any corners to not be killed, essentially.
And Willow
is now was really originally very excited to meet all these new people and see this new place, and now having to worry about explaining some of the past things that Willow has not really had the mental capacity to really face yet. That's sort of adding an extra layer to everything and is sort of tainting that sort of glow, that sort of excited enchantment everything was sort of having coming down here. And that's sort of eating at Willow a little bit as they drift off to sleep.
As the city welcomes in 2 new arrivals, so too does it look to banish another resident that has taken up far too much space in this area. Let's move on to our next scene. Our next scene takes us to a house in a remote neighborhood in the suburbs of Tampa, Florida. A house familiar to one, new to others. Raymond's extra property. A house that he has improved over the past several months, ever since his arrival in Tampa. New shingles on the roof, new panels on the side. He's done everything he can to make this place as comfortable and livable as possible. But some things can't be fixed with hammers and nails. Some things can't be glued together or spackled. Some rot just continues to dwell. And that rot has taken the shape of Raymond's best friend, Jordan. Long since possessed by a bane of famine, Jordan is most certainly a Fomori. But will he remain that way? Because a solution has been given and offered. But that solution comes with a very hefty price. Now, Raymond, you've been visiting over the last several days leading up to this particular task to ensure that Jordan would be here, that he would be within the domicile. And every time you've visited, he has been. And every time you've spoken to him, he's just simply said, tick, tock. Well, the time has run out. You've spoken to the pack, and they have come to an agreement that they will back you on this right to try and purge this bane from Jordan. But you can't help but worry about the cost. Because these things don't just go away, not after having taken root in an individual for as long as they have in Jordan. They have to go somewhere. So as the pack arrives and approaches, Raymond, I'd like you to go ahead and describe the house and what they see.
So the house itself looks okay. The shingles, have been replaced, the siding. The yard is maintained. The chain link fence that surrounds it is still bad. It's falling over. It's rusted in places. I haven't had the time to really fix that up. So on the outside, the first thing you notice, that's the worst. But as we get closer to the house, you start noticing the little details that I haven't been able to fix, like the little patches of mold on the siding that still is peeking through on some of the panels. Even though they've been replaced, you can still see the windows are clean, but there's cracks going from the corners, and the siding itself is starting to kind of fall apart a bit. Some of them has been replaced, but it's still decaying and kind of falling apart. It's still a work in progress.
So as everyone climbs out of the van, with Ray's truck parked in the driveway, you take in the exterior of the home. It's daytime at the point that you arrive, as you know that it's going to take some time to prepare. And the night is dark and full of terrors. So you try to avoid that as best as you can. But somehow this house still hangs in shadow. Shadows overcast by the other homes nearby that seem to stretch even beyond a normal reach to cover this place. Inside, the windows are dark aside from one window on the end of the house that goes into what looks to be a sitting room at least you can guess from an exterior perspective. As you arrive, the scene is yours.
So, taking in the exterior and seeing just how unsettling this place already is on our side, knowing that a Fomori has been here for a while, I would like to activate penumbral senses and see what Ray has been neglecting.
Okay. Go ahead and spend the willpower and make the roll.
That'll be 3.
You find yourself having to exert a little bit of extra will and strain to see to the other side, as this isn't a place of spiritual power like a cairn. It is very much Weaver held in a lot of ways, but you do eventually see through to the other side. And seeing that exact same house, as you look to it, it looks even more worse for wear in the spiritual side of things than it does here. All of the repairs he's been making to this structure have been purely superficial for the most part. For the bones, the webs that make up the umbral side have been slowly rotting away and fraying. It looks like there hasn't been a pattern spider here to make any spiritual repairs in quite some time. And the darkness from in the house is like pits of black that draw you in, as if they're going to devour you.
Delphine takes a little bit of a step back, taking it all in, and just glances over to Sean and mutters to him, "There's not a pattern spider in sight."
Sean, with the same kind of glassy-eyed double vision, takes in the umbral side as well. Can't say I'm surprised. If this entity has dwelled here for the better part of a year or more, it has made the place as suitable to it as possible. Remember your lessons. The Weaver was used to contain the worm. And some believe may have even been infected by it.
She sighs heavily, just still staring at it, and adjusts her bag that she has all of the stuff she needs for the Rite in, and kind of glances over to Ray, kind of giving him a grim look with her glassy-eyed stare, kind of indicating that she is kind of doing the double vision thing right now, and just is giving him, like, is expressing, "It's bad over there."
Seeing Delphine looking my way, I will, kind of turn a little bit to look at her. I was expecting everyone's reaction to not be good when coming here, and I expect it to get so much worse. So I don't really feel anything from this look that she's giving me, and I just kind of nod a little bit. And I'm trying to just kind of have this stone face on to try and just conceal and just trying to move forward so we can get this done.
The wind picks up momentarily, causing the shutters to clatter against the side of the house. The chain link to rattle. The broken pieces scraping. The rust grinding away at the metal. Juniper and Forge, what are your first impressions and what do you do? Juniper, we'll start with you, then go to Forged.
I am taking in the scene. And I am just kind of watching Delphine to see her reaction as her eyes glass over. And the grimace alone tells me all I need to know. With how bad this really is. And my face matches hers as I look back at the property. And I clear my throat and look over at Raymond. How bad is it gonna be in there, man? Really?
Still trying to keep that facade up. Obviously, probably not working too well. I'll look down at the ground and take a big breath. I mean, it's not going to be good. And I expect your reactions to be a lot worse when we go inside.
I look over at Delphine and grimace even more. Should I bother seeing the full picture, or is it as bad as your face is saying it is?
There's no pattern spiders. It's rotting from within, and the shadows are basically pits of nothing.
I look back at Raymond. Yeah, you let this go on way too long, my guy. This. Ooh. I'll just my fingers just kind of nervously twitch as I wait for someone to make the first step, because it's not gonna be me.
And Forged.
Forge is kind of tooting out what everyone else is saying right now, partially because they are, I mean, this is a creepy ass fucking house, but he's trying to not feel that fear, to try and not be swayed by all that. He's trying to stay surprisingly focused on what he needs to do here, which is exercise his friend. So he's trying to just focus his mind on other things, specific details of the house that maybe he doesn't find so creepy. Think about the other houses you've seen in Ybor that have been in way worse shape than this. I mean, there's been rundown cigar factories that are just sitting desolate. I mean, those were kind of creepy. So he's just trying to imagine things that were worse. Maybe, hey, this is not so bad. He's just trying to keep a positive mindset about this so he doesn't get scared and show that fear.
If I could have everyone aside from Raymond to make a composure and resolve check. And yes, everybody is at rage 3 going into this.
3 successes.
3 successes for Delphine.
I also got 3 successes.
And Forged.
Sorry about that. 3 successes.
3 successes across the board. Thankfully, That's enough to limit it to only one superficial willpower damage that you all take as the rotting atmosphere chills you to the bone but doesn't outright terrify you. However, it does feel like something is siphoning you away slowly, as if your spirit is leaking.
As everyone's kind of hesitating by the door, or by the fence, by the door, Forge will be the one to try and put on a brave face, be the one to step forward. Let's kind of say out loud. I mean, not gonna lie, I kind of expected it to be worse, so I guess it's not too bad. Not really noticing or paying attention to what they said about the pits of endless darkness and rotting within. Not wanting to know about that either. He just walks on in, walks up to the door and tries to handle to go in.
Whoa, Forge, whoa, I know that we're doing this, like, toxic positivity reel right now, buddy, but, like, hold on. Because it is as bad as you think it is. Hold on.
Yeah. First off, I have the key, so you can't really get in right now, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. And I will follow after Forged to go up to the door.
Stakes looks to the rest of you and says, I'm going to make a perimeter sweep first. But you can all head in. I'll join you in a minute. And she starts to move to walk around the exterior of the house.
I'm going to stay next to Delphine during all of this and just make sure that she's as protected as possible.
Okay, so as soon as Raymond unlocks the lock, which feels like it takes forever, even though it literally is just one simple movement, the grating of the metal of the deadbolt sliding out sounds louder and more foreboding than it should be. But as the door opens, you're all hit by a heavy, musty smell. As much improvement has been made on the exterior of this place, the interior is still sorely lacking. The carpet is stained, the wallpaper peeling and moldy, and the light fixtures, no matter how many times you've fixed them, Ray, replacing light bulbs, still occasionally flicker and dim as you flip on the lights. The light in the entryway comes on, but the rest of the house is completely dark, as if the windows, whatever of them is exposed, are letting in no light whatsoever. The only other light comes from another room off of this entryway. A single dull lamp stands on, and you can all hear the soundtrack of the house. The creaking of wood. The occasional clattering of something from the roof. A skittering in the attic. And of course, the breathing. Who is it?
Standing at the entrance to the house, I will kind of just go through the motions of walking in the same route I always take, the same kind of slowness I've always subconsciously walked through the house into the main room where Jordan's at. It's me, and I brought guests this time.
As you follow behind, you see an old armchair with bits of the fabric split and folding back, exposing the insulation inside of the chair. Sat in the chair is the gauntest, most sallow-looking individual possible. If you were to unearth a sarcophagus and crack open the lid and remove whatever coverings, this is as close to that as you can imagine seeing. The cheeks sunken in, the skin and what flesh there is clinging to the bones, the hair looking like straw atop his head, and his eyes so sunken and yellow. His teeth, as he spreads the dry, cracked lips open into a grin, are yellowed with bits of black around the edges where it meets the dry and pale gums. The breathing continues raspily as he stares and takes in each individual as they walk into the room. And as you look at his gaze, he's not studying you. He's dissecting you with his look. Brought friends.
Hair on Delphine's arms goes up the back of her neck as she recognizes the creature from that vision she saw of Ray. She goes rigid and she can't help but narrow her eyes staring at it. It's like everything about this and what he is goes in direct violation of everything she's been taught as a theurge, and that rage in her is snapping to try to, like, wolf in her is snapping to deal with it.
As we all take in the scene and the Fomori stares back at us, dissecting every one of us, my face hardens and I feel all of my defensives and hackles starting to raise up. There is a thought in the back of my mind that we have once again gotten in way over our heads, but fuck it, we ball at this point. And it's at this moment that I internally decide that no matter what, I am going to make sure that one way or another Jordan is dealt with today.
As the initial shock wears off of looking at Jordan, you can actually see that he is tied to this armchair. His legs tied down against the legs of the chair, his arms bound to the arms, and even ropes wrapped around his torso, holding him to the back of the armchair. My manners. I'd love to shake your hand, but something or someone has made that not possible. And you can see his long, bony fingers extend, and it's almost like they crackle with each movement.
I know. I just had to I had to make sure that when we did this, that you were here, and this was the only option. Because I don't know when you're going to disappear and how you disappear at this point. Like, I need to be sure you were here.
Am I not supposed to feed myself? I can't rely on you for everything, Raymond. But where else would I want to be right now?
I will ignore the previous comment on the feeding and walk towards him a little bit and kind of kneel down a bit to kind of match eye to eye with him. I said I was going to help you and that I was going to get my pack to help me with it. And that's why we're here. We're here to help you. After all this time.
Oh, goody. I'm in need of so much help. Do they know, Raymond, how they can help me? Do they really know?
A couple of methods in mind, but we're going to go with the one that we agreed with Ray first. But we'll see how the evening goes.
So I'm a guinea pig. Is that it? You want to try all your ideas on me? Sounds like torture.
I mean, it's no different than what you did to his friend, so... Seems kind of like karma's coming back with a big swing, isn't it?
Wise words from someone I have so much in common with. Endless hunger. An itch that needs to be scratched. A taste. How long's it been?
Doesn't matter how long it's been. I'm not the one that's losing my control and about to get super fucked because of it.
Promises, promises.
You're not going to be a guinea pig. We're going to perform a rite to hopefully save you once and for all.
I hope so. I so desperately want to be saved. He then turns his sallow gaze towards Forged. Hello, friend. Have you considered my offer?
Considering that you already killed the fuck out of Vanessa, I don't think that's gonna be on the table anymore. I think you could just call me Forge now. I don't think we have to do the whole friend thing. No, I know your name's Jordan. I guess the body's name.
But what about the boy? Have you got all the help you need for that? Or are you chasing your tail in the crate they've made for you?
Forge bites his lip You see that it's like tenses up his shoulders, one of his fist balls in his hand. That he trying to choose his next words carefully for once, trying to think of what to say. As he'll give a very fake smile. He'll say, "Well, maybe for old times' sake, since we're such good friends, you'd like to give me a little nugget of information."
You see him turn his hand palm up. Certainly. Let's seal it with a handshake.
There's a momentary pause. For one, there's a thought of, this guy is really creepy and disgusting and ugly. I don't want to touch his hand. But I don't really have any leads other than just what Ember told me. So any information would be really useful. As I'll slowly, like, not like fully look at Ray, but just like a slight tilt of the head towards Ray.
I will look at Forged. I know what he's implying, and I do it for my own reasons, but I don't think that you should.
What does he do? What is he implying?
Yeah, Roman, what is he implying right now, buddy?
You see this dry, cracked, almost gray tongue come out of his mouth and roll along his yellowed teeth.
If you take his hand, he's going to for lack of a better term, absorb some of your spirit.
And you don't think that Board shouldn't do that? Nice.
Oh, you judge him?
I'm not talking to you.
But I'm talking to you.
You don't have to respond to him.
You still miss the poison? Do you miss absorbing something of your very own?
Delphine,
Ray.
we both know that doing drugs is not the same as literally eating somebody's soul. Like,
I'm
it's
not
not even worth it.
I'm not listening to him. Ray.
What?
Let's get ready to do this. He's stalling.
The time Forge is still standing there, like his gaze was like side-eyeing Ray. He has kind of a bit more of a hardened expression right now, a little bit harder to read. As you can tell, gears are turning in his head if he thinks of what to do. And hearing the cost is just a little bit of my spirit, whatever that means. You see, with heavy footsteps, take 2 steps forward. As he will go, he will just grab his hand.
Can I smack it away as he tries? Can I please fucking smack it away and call him a fucking idiot?
I need to have both of you roll dexterity and athletics rolls.
I'm currently like kneeled in front of Jordan. So can I block Forged in a sense too and help?
If you want to assist, yeah, I'll let you have the assistance die. So, Juniper, you can gain an extra die from Ray's assistance.
And you said Dex and Athletic?
Yeah, because you
Am
were
I
trying
able
to
assist
leap.
Juniper?
How?
Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Oh, stop.
I was going to ask, could I potentially make mine strength and athletics? I don't think that Forge is like lunging for it. It's more that he's just big and strong enough where if someone tried to stop him, he would just shrug them off or like push them to the side or just keep moving his arm forward even with the interference.
Sure.
I'll use a willpower. Why not?
Can I also use a willpower?
Sure.
6 successes with a crit.
Would a brutal outcome count as a crit in this moment?
If you don't mind doing physical damage, then yes.
Oh, I definitely don't mind doing some physical damage right now.
Okay, then what did you get total?
So that's 7 with a brutal outcome.
Okay. So Forge, take 1 superficial damage as you try to reach your hand out, and she literally smacks it away, full force, actually causing a little bit of a bruise to form on the back of your hand.
Don't be a fucking idiot, Forged.
This is my choice to make. If I'm willing to give up a bit of my spirit for some information about my kid, that's my choice.
We don't need
You
its
really-
help.
You really gonna believe anything that it fucking says right now? What? What the fuck? Where are the brain cells? Where are the brain cells right now?
As crazy as it sounds, he hasn't directly lied to me yet. I mean, he's given me misleading information, but he hasn't lied to me directly. Nothing he's ever told me has been outright false. And if he has anything, that's something I can work with.
She's gonna look at Raymond now. Remember your oath.
I'll just glance at Delphine at that comment, but turning my attention to Forged. Forged, I can understand the desperation, obviously. But at the same time, you said that he's given you misleading information, but not lies. But it's basically a lie at that point.
I have lied about nothing. You choose to interpret my words how you choose, but I don't lie. Right, Raymond?
I will kind of grimace and grit my teeth at that. Still looking at Forged. Don't take his hand. Don't accept the deal. I know it's something that you would want to learn, but not from him, not in this way.
Artie, Charles, Ember gave us a lead already. We have the resources we need to do this. We don't need him.
Oh, have they?
Forged, the last thing any of us want to do right now, before we're gonna do what we're gonna do, is make him any stronger than he already is, okay? I promise you, we will stop at nothing to hunt down whoever has your kid and bring him back. Okay? Like, this ain't it. This ain't fucking it right now.
You see, there's a very visible conflict on Forge's face as he's taken a step back after the slap, and he continued biting his lip even harder now. as he contemplates the words. Before, Forge would have just done whatever the fuck he wanted, not heeding the words of his pack mates. But now it's, unfortunately, their words mean something to him now. Actually thinks about what they're saying and what he wants to do and what he needs to do. He just grits his teeth and, without a large exhale, tell me, you say you understand, Ray, but I don't think you really do fucking understand. I'd like to have a kid, someone who's entirely reliant on you, you fucking it up, and they need you now. I need this, Ray.
He understands. She's looking between Ray and Jordan. He understands having something that's relying on him.
But an innocent child?
Not saying I understand your exact situation. I'm saying I understand the desperation. I understand your want to solve your problem in any way you can. Trust me, I know how that is. I've been doing it for the past year. Just, can you trust me on this and not take his hand?
How much longer do you expect them to stay innocent while you go sniffing dead ends?
Forge, please.
I need you to promise me something, Ray. If I don't take this, the first thing we're gonna do after this is find out some shit. Whatever went, where's my kid, whatever's going down, whatever lead we have. I have a lead in Michigan, and I need someone to come with me. You better come with me.
I'll walk up to Forged and put my hand on his shoulder. I promise I will help you in helping you find your son.
Only if Daddy lets you.
Bro, enough of this fucking shit. We will all fucking help you, Forge. Can we please just get this over with? Like, this is not the time to be discussing children or anything else. Right now, we're either getting this thing the fuck out or ending it. One way or another. This is fucking bullshit. Can we just go?
Juniper's right. It's stalling. It knows what we're trying to do. It's trying to stop us from doing it by doing this shit to us.
Yeah, and it's literally already seeping from it. It's already like taking from us. You can feel it. I can feel it. I know all of you fuckers can feel it. Like, we need to just get this done.
Look at its face right now.
Then just get it ready. Like, you have the supplies. Start preparing.
I like that one. She's gonna taste spicy.
She's like just taking off the satchel. She's putting it on the floor. The disgusting floor, and she's gonna start taking out some St. John's wort. She's gonna take out some sage. She's gonna take out a wire brand that she's made in the shape of a flame. Edge her lighter, some alcohol, and then she's going to look at Ray. Do you have something of Jordan's?
I will nod and then reach into my breast pocket that has contained Jordan's dog tags since the ritual with Ember. And I will place them in Delphine's hands.
So sentimental.
Well, if there's any bit of Jordan left in that body, he'll fight with a connection.
Let's see how much is left in yours when I'm done.
Oh my god, I I'm gonna put a fucking bullet in the back of this fucking dude.
Do
I
it!
swear to fucking God.
Do it! Give in to the beast as you always have, girl.
Oh my God, dude. Shut the
Juniper.
fuck up.
Juniper, can you
Can't
go
we
find
just
Snake?
gag him?
Or what? Yes, come, put a gag on my mouth.
Why don't Forge, why don't you go find stakes?
You see, he rolled his eyes. He's like, fine, and he'll
Please.
walk out.
And another lock
Thank
clicks
you.
on the kennel.
You see, like, stops at the doorway for a second after hearing that, and you see, like, he
Forge.
turns.
Forge, I'm asking very nicely. I'm not ordering. I'm asking very nicely with a please. Ignore
We're just
him.
all very tense right now. So tone is superficial.
Yeah, do what she says. She might kick your ass again if you don't.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up,
Grip
you
on the
Fomori
doorway.
bastard!
The grip on the doorway tightens a bit before just stomping out of the door, out from the room, and then you hear like the front door slam open and then slam shut.
One down, two to go.
Delphine, where are we putting everything? I will help you.
Start lighting the sage. Get the room just like we're fumigating the place and the St. John's Wort.
I know how to cleanse a space with sage. I used to do it a lot, so I got you. I'll start on that. And I will light the sage, and I will go top to bottom, 4 corners first, pushing it to a window. Like I'm talking like the full room getting subjugated, and like literally walking towards a window.
Ray, I'll ask you. She's gonna hold up the brand. Where would you prefer I aim?
I guess his arm, his shoulder. I don't know. What's the easiest for you to be sure to not hurt him too bad?
Oh, it's gonna hurt. That I can't get around it. It's going to hurt. And it will leave a scar. I can't do anything about it. That's just part of the rite. But the easiest part to hit would be the widest space, which she just looks at his chest.
Oh, it's gonna leave more than one scar.
I'll grimace at the thought of the brand, but nod. Okay. Yeah, just
Raymond,
go to the
your friend is
chest.
already super fucked up, dude. Like, honestly, this is like
Hey.
the least of the concerns.
Yeah, she
Juniper,
is.
just- I understand, but just shut up.
And I'll help Juniper with smoking up the place. We're basically turning this room into a very herbal hotbox.
That's not gonna help resale.
You're not gonna help resale.
As they're doing
Go ahead.
As they're doing this, I want to turn and look at Sean. What is like Sean's reaction to all this?
Sean has been unpacking some of the supplies from his own bag. He seems completely unperturbed by the entire situation, not paying any heed or mind to the words the creature's saying, just going about business as if this is a routine.
That brings a little comfort from everyone else's reactions and things they've said. Seeing that kind of lessens a little bit of the stone heart that it's currently just sitting in my chest.
As you look upon Sean, he recognizes your gaze and then makes eye contact with you and gives a reassuring nod.
As Delphine and I are continuing to smoke up the place, I mutter to her, "Do we want to tie a cloth into his mouth and get him to stop the bullshit for now, or?"
You can try swallowing it, and then that'll kill Jordan. That would really kill Jordan.
Not if I tie it tight enough. It'll leave his mouth
Also-
open a little bit, so all he'll be able to do is.
I also don't want any of us getting too close to him if it can be avoided.
That's what I was worried about as well. I'm just worried that he's gonna end up saying something during this and make Gray think that something worse is happening than what actually is, and then he'll try and stop the ritual, and then we'll all be fucked.
He swore a blood oath. If he actually gives a shit about it, he won't.
And if he doesn't give a shit about it, I'll.
Do what needs to be done.
All right. I brought something just in case.
So as Sean and Juniper and Delphine go about preparing the ritual site, Sean lights candles, all of them white, around the area, around the room, by the windows, by the entryway into the room, even in the fireplace. All possible escapes. It takes about 20 to 30 minutes for you to prepare the site to your specifications, and you probably even put in an extra 15 minutes of preparation. With the state of decay that this house is in, it will likely embolden the bane, strengthen the bane, and so you have to do everything you can to try and cleanse the surroundings. Meanwhile, Forged, what are you doing? You've left.
If Forged taking a step outside, slam the door behind him. He takes the step outside, buttering to himself, "Man, what a bunch of fucking bullshit. Of course, they always telling me what to do, and I can't do what I gotta fucking do." And he leans on the wall by the front door, arms crossed, looking around for Stakes. And if he doesn't immediately see her, just kind of calls out, "Stakes, you around?"
At this point, you see her coming around the other side of the house. Everything's clear, as far as I could tell. Nothing encroaching or hiding in wait. What's with your fucking face right now?
I didn't know that Banes could be such fucking assholes. Dude's just sitting in there, smug ass, dirty ass smile, talking all this shit, and it's gonna get information on Cooper, and he's gonna potentially do a deal for it. And before I can even accept the deal, everyone else said no for me. So I know it's probably the good idea, but it still pisses me off.
Do you remember how mad you were at Ray for making a deal? Saying it would affect the whole pack? How is this any different?
Stakes, I hate when you use my own words and logic against me. This fucking sucks.
Hey, you said it, Hotshot. I'm just reminding you.
He uncrosses his arms and actually takes a bit more of a deep breath. Shoulders untense a little bit. And he'll say, I just want to find out what's going on with my fucking kid, and I just don't want anyone to get in the way of it, slow me down anymore, because if he's in the hands of some fucked up evil ass organization, then every moment matters, and I can't be wasting a bunch of time.
Let me tell you something, and I want you to hear me when I say it. Your kid is the only leverage they have. They're not going to do anything to spoil that as long as they can torture you with it. We are going to help your kid. We're going to get them out of there, and we're going to make whatever did this pay. But right now, in this moment, you need to get your head in the game. Because if you don't, it's going to continue to take advantage of you like it's doing right now. It's going to continue to rile you up. It's going to continue to piss you off. It wants this to fail. It wants to stay where it is because it has so much control over Raymond. It has so much control over all of you. Do you like being out of control, Forged?
Not really.
And get your shit together. Save the kids' stuff for after. And focus on the task at hand. Because if you help now with this, they'll have no choice but to help you with your situation. Because they will owe you.
He's nodding to that as he kind of takes a few more deep breaths, stretches out his arms a little bit, loosens himself up, get more a bit relaxed. As after that little locking in ceremony, a little bit of warm up, he nods. Okay. I'm more chilled out now. I'm focused. They're asking for you in there. We can go in now. I'll just
wait. Just a sec.
that everything thing.
Just a sec. She walks up to you and looking up at you, who towers over her, she reaches up and grabs the collar of your shirt and brings you down to eye level with her to the point that you have to bend forward to meet her gaze. I promise you, we will do whatever it takes. Hear me when I say that. As your friend, as your mentor, as your tribe mate, as your den mother, we will help you. And we will get it done. You've done so much good. You've become so much more. Don't let that all go to waste over this. She gives you a pat on the cheek with her free hand before releasing your shirt collar and letting you stand up again. And then she goes to move past you and into the house.
The way that was pretty reassuring, hearing Stakes say all that. He'll kind of give himself a little smile after that, and he'll kind of mutter to himself, saying, I guess it really would be all a waste if I just fucked it all up now, huh? And kind of just focuses for a second and walks in.
At this point, Stakes and Forge return to the main sitting room. Stakes relays that she did a full sweep of the area and didn't encounter anything she considered to be problematic, and that the conditions are as ideal as they can be for what you're about to do.
Are you good to go, Delphine?
She goes about just pouring alcohol over the brand for sanitation reasons, if any. Because the last thing this thing touched was irradiated. And she'll start working on heating it up with her lighter. Yep.
Jordan, meanwhile, just stares at the brand. His previous smile faded away into a grimace. Remember what I told you, Raymond. If they do this wrong, it kills us both.
I trust my pack to not mess up and to save you and bring you back to the way you were.
He just nods slowly, a creaking noise coming from his neck as he does so. Eventually, Sean starts chanting as he walks around the circle with several sticks of incense in his hand, waving it up and down, letting the smoke continue to join with the other smoke that has filled the area. Once he's made a full loop with that, he reaches into a small leather baggie and pulls out dirt, which he then proceeds to sprinkle as he makes another loop around. After that, he takes out a glass bottle of purified water, and he goes and runs it over the dirt, making it almost like a muddy substance on the ground. That's going to be a bitch to clean up, Raymond, after all this is over, but whatever. And then goes and takes one candle at a time and sets it on the ground surrounding. Sean then looks to Delphine with a nod. Make sure everyone is here, present, and ready for what's about to take place. Because if they are not, they won't help you. They will only hinder you.
She nods and looks to everyone present. All right, guys. And she's gonna wrap Jordan's dog tags around the shaft, be cool, of the brand. And she's going to ask everyone to join in the circle as she continues to hold the flame of the lighter underneath the brand, standing at right across from Jordan, and starts her own chant, which saying it encourages the others to join in on it. This skin is not a borrowed in. This vessel will not house the rot within. I cut you loose from blood and claim, be gone unmade by scar and name. And she's also willing just the flame to burn and purify the end of the brand as much as possible.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom and occult.
I have an Umbra specialty. Does this apply?
No.
Let's spend willpower. That would just be 2 successes.
As you press your will into the flame, it doesn't seem to do much at first. It's slowly heating the brand, but it can only do so much. There's a reason they use fireplaces or coals to try and heat up brands. But just as you feel yourself losing hope that you're going to be able to accomplish this, the flame grows, branching out, and two eyes form within the flame.
So, a choice has been made, has it?
Delphine just continues the chant, and seeing Ember, she kind of just casts a gaze to Ray, because she honestly does feel that this is a question more for him than for the rest of them, because a decision has been made, at least on her end.
Picking up the chant that Delphine was repeating, I will look at Ember and just nod.
Good. You should have listened the first time.
And with that, the flame bursts up, growing high and hot as it engulfs the entire metal at the end of the brand, pouring upon it, turning it white hot, before the flame snuffs out, leaving a glowing hot brand in your hand.
And I'm going to ask Raymond to help me take the end of it, so we can both drive it into Jordan together. Be cool.
I will nod at Delphine, walk over, and then grab the brand with her.
Okay. As you grab the brand, both of you going hand over hand with one another, trying to find the most stable and support way possible. As you approach, you see Jordan start to lean back in the chair as if trying to get away from it. You can hear the creaking of the wood of the chair as if he's trying to pull himself out of it as best as possible. I need a strength and resolve check from both of you as you jam the brand into him.
Can I be behind the chair during this and like using my feet to keep the chair in place?
Yeah.
I got 5 with a crit.
I got 4 successes.
As you jam the brand into his chest, he lets out an unholy shriek, a scream of absolute pain and agony. And then a voice. Raymond, stop! Stop, Raymond, stop! It's killing me! It's killing me! Give me a composure and resolve, Raymond.
Can I while he's screaming that, can I like look at Ray and try and make sure that he's keeping eye contact with me and just tell him, this isn't Jordan. He's gonna be okay. Just look at me. Don't listen to him. Look at me. It's gonna be okay.
I'll give you an extra die to roll, Raymond, because of her reassuring words.
I'll use a willpower.
Yeah.
So, with the extra dice and the reroll, I did crit. So just 4 successes with the crit, but I did brutal.
Okay.
But I may want to argue that I'm either deliberately trying to solve the problem or firmly solving the problem of Jordan.
Okay. I think deliberately works, as you are trying to you've made a decision. This is what you're going with. This is what you're going to do. You are resolute in that decision. But hearing the voice of your friend, unaltered, no rasping, no breathing, calling out to you, hurts. It hurts to the tune of 2 aggravated willpower damage. Why? Why would you do this to me? I told you! Why?
Through clenched teeth, I'm doing this to help you. I'm doing this to free you.
It's been over a year, Raymond! Where was that help then?
At this point, I'll match his screaming. I know! I know it's been a year! I know I waited too long. But god damn it, I'm trying now. Please.
He goes to speak again, but as the searing, burning sensation, the smell of burnt flesh enters into everyone's nostrils, all he can do is shriek. Delphine, now is the time for the ritual roll.
I'm gonna take a picture.
Okay.
It's 9 with a crit, no brutals.
Okay. As he shrieks, that long-lasting shriek, he collapses forward, his head dropping to his chest, the scream dying off, and all there is that sizzling, burning sensation. Now, I need everyone to make a stamina and resolve check.
I got 2 successes.
Four successes.
I also got 4 successes.
I got 3 successes.
Forged. You feel your stomach drop out from underneath you. You feel it start to grow wider and wider, a wide, endless expanse in your stomach. And everybody watches as Forge rapidly starts losing weight. His eyes start to sink in, his cheeks grow sallow. His normally very strong limbs grow more and more frail. But meanwhile, Jordan starts to gain weight as the transfer begins to take place. Forged, take 5 points of aggravated physical damage and 4 points of aggravated willpower damage.
How many dots of normal health damage?
5.
Okay, I'm 1 away from death. That's okay. And you said 4 points of ag damage?
Aggravated willpower damage.
My willpower is maxed out immediately.
Forged drops to his knees, rapidly decaying in front of your very eyes. The light grows dim, Forged. Voices seem hollow and distant, echoing as the chanting goes on around you. And then, Delphine, Sean makes eye contact with you. I took your burden once. So too do I take his. And he grabs Forged by the shoulder and breathes in. And as he does so, Forged, you can heal 1 aggravated willpower damage. And Sean's hand, his only good hand, becomes bone thin before going up his arm and to his chest. He shrinks in size almost instantly, his eyes sinking in and growing yellow. His hair literally starting to fall out of his head in frail strands. Sean then reaches down to his boot and pulls out a silver dagger. Raymond, I can't do it, so you have to. But know this. It's what Red would have wanted me to do. And as he holds out the dagger, it almost immediately becomes too heavy for his hand and drops to the floor, clattering off of the wood.
No. There has to be another way. There has to be another. This should have worked. This shouldn't be going like this. There has to be something. Delphine, anything?
Delphine is kind of just stunned. It kind of just frozen. She's just staring at Sean, and tears are welling in her eyes, and she's unsure how to react right now.
You can see his salt and pepper beard is growing gray, and strands are starting to fall from there as well, slowly raining down.
At this point, I'll release the brand and walk over, looking at the silver dagger. I'll look up at Sean. I know I don't You said Red would have wanted this, and I don't know if I can agree, but...
Raymond, I'm going home. Just don't let me suffer like he suffered. And he drops down to his knees and literally raises his chin as best as he possibly can, exposing his slowly shriveling throat. Be the leader he would want you to be.
I will fall to my knees in front of him. Look over again at the silver dagger and pick it up in my 3-fingered hand. And I will look him in the eyes. Tears starting to well in my eyes as well. They always said a price had to be paid, and I wanted to pay it. I know the chances of that with everyone helping was, I don't know, small. I'm sorry that you are the one that has to pay it. I know you've accepted it. I know this is what you wanted. But I'm still so sorry. Thank you. And then I will stab him in the throat.
As you jam the long silver blade into his neck, blood sputters out. That shallow breathing becomes clotted and choking. He tries to reach out for you with his one hand. And as he does so, he places it against your cheek, holding your eye contact, and just mouths the words, "Thank you." And you feel his hand slowly slide down your face as whatever warmth was there dissipates rapidly until it feels like dry sandpaper skin is running along your cheek and down your chin. As he drops down to the ground, he breaks eye contact with Raymond and looks to Delphine. And in his final words, although that's more just intentions for words as the sputtering of blood starts to leak out of his mouth, he says, "I'm sorry." And the light fades from his eyes. Any movement, any sound, any life that was Sean Cross, Theurge of the Black Furies, exiler of Deadbeat and Delphine Ruin Speaker, brother to Red, Stakes, Aaron, passes on. The drying sensation, the shriveling sensation of Sean doesn't cease until he is nothing but literal skin and bones, until the last of the blood doesn't even gout out of the wound in his neck where the dagger still remains. It just trickles. For today, the Half Moon Lake Sept ends. The last of the Hell Sept dies. As he does so, an unnatural breeze whips through the room, blowing out all the candles, extinguishing all the light, plunging the room into darkness. As life leaves it, as suffering leaves it, as famine leaves it. The rest of you remain in stunned silence. The only sound being the liquid spreading across the floor. The scene is yours.
I immediately just get out from behind the chair and I just hold Delphine. Like from behind, I am just full on holding her. I don't care about anything else. I look over at Stakes to make sure she's okay. I actually do put a hand on Ray's back, but I am just like, I'm desperately clinging to Delphine.
The brand clatters to the ground, and she kind of is like not like she's kind of like her body's relaxed a little bit, and she kind of just pushes Juniper away, and she stumbles over to where Sean is and kneels down, and she's just shell-shocked and puts a hand to his chest, and the player knows that nothing's gonna happen, but she just tries to use Mother's Touch.
Its chest, which was decently defined, with muscle, maybe a little bit of fat, a dad bod at times, now just feels frail. You can feel his ribs on the outside right away. You can feel the cold already setting in. The stillness. The lack of a heartbeat, which is one of the most alarming feelings to have. One we take for granted. As you call upon the spirits, trying with all of your might to restore whatever life force into Sean that you can, it finds no purchase. There is nothing to heal because there is nothing left.
Come on. Come on, wake up.
Delphine.
No, I stopped this. I stopped it from happening. Wake up. I saved him. He didn't die because I stopped it. He wasn't supposed to die. I stopped it. I saw it and I stopped it.
Forged Stakes.
As you look towards Stakes, she's gone. But in the distance, you hear a mournful, bellowing howl outside of the house.
For Forge, he's still like on the ground. I imagine he's more conscious now, but
yes,
currently one away from being utterly killed by aggravated damage. He's just on the ground, severely weakened, not seemingly able to move much, as he's just focused on breathing. Just barely above that raspy breathing of Sean and Jordan. He's just trying to focus on surviving and being awake. And he just reaches, wordlessly reaches the hand towards Delphine, not being able to reach or even move to get closer.
Holy fuck. Delphine, Delphine, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We forged. He's still alive. He doesn't. Delphine, can you? And I'm just panicking between all of this, and I honestly I don't know how best to help this entire situation, and it's it's just awful.
When she hears Forge's name, she kind of glances over to where he's at, and almost on autopilot instinct, seeing him down, she will kind of still on her knees crawl over, her jeans probably getting soaked with Sean's blood, and she'll until she gets to his hand, but so that way she can place her hand in his, and she'll use Mother's Touch on him.
Okay, go ahead and roll it.
I believe I'm at rage 4 because I just took a fuck ton of ag damage.
Yeah. She'd need to get more than 4 successes to give you a aggravated back.
As Delphine is using Mother's Touch on Forged, I will focus my attention to Raymond and kind of slide my hands into his and squeeze them tightly and look at him.
Not really paying attention to Juniper at this point. I'm just staring at Sean's body with the dagger still plunged in, and just staring, looking, taking it all in, taking in the price for my selfish decision. And while still looking, I am going to remove my hat and just place it over Sean's face, and then slowly remove the dagger.
Sean's eyes remain lifeless, open, but staring at nothing. As you shroud them with your hat and go to reach for the dagger, Jordan takes in a deep, gasping breath from over in the chair before breaking down into a coughing fit.
I will snap my head and then quickly get up off the ground and run over to Jordan.
He looks himself for the first time in over a year. The weight has regained. The muscles look a little bit atrophied from lack of use, but his skin is warm, full. His eyes, while bloodshot and filled with brimming tears, have color within them. His teeth, while still probably in need of a cleaning from a dentist, don't look as yellowed, as if they're about to fall out of his head. As you come forward, he reaches out and grabs your wrist with a strength that even possessed Jordan didn't have. A soldier's strength. And he pulls you towards him and looks you in the eyes. I will never forgive you for this. and then just tosses your hand aside.
The fleeting feeling of relief of hearing Jordan inhale and coming back to life, in a sense, and then seeing him look healthier than he's ever been when he says those words. I open my mouth to try and say something, but nothing can come out because there's nothing to say that will make this better.
I told you to end it. I begged you to end it. And now someone else is dead. The only thing I asked of you this entire time was to kill me. To stop my suffering. And now I have to carry around his. God damn it, Raymond.
Just wanted you back. I know that you asked me to do that, but I wanted to try.
For who, Raymond? Because it wasn't for me. I told you what I wanted and you ignored it. You denied it. You're a fucking monster. Get the fuck out of my house.
I'll just look down and get up off the ground and walk over to Sean and the dagger, and picking up the dagger, I want to pick up Sean, but it wouldn't be right for me to touch him now. Like, I don't deserve to show any respect to him for what I've caused and what I've done. So I will take the silver dagger and quietly leave the house.
With even spending my last willpower, I only got 2 successes on healing.
Okay, so you can heal 2 superficial.
I only have 1 superficial. I'm literally 1 away from just outright death. It's like when you reach, like you grab Forge's hands, you really feel like he's desperately clasping at your hands with his one. As you can see, he doesn't quite have the strength to fully form the word, but you see tears that is like welling in his eyes, a fear that hasn't been there in his face for quite maybe ever. As he just keeps muttering, mouthing the word and barely whispering, "Help me, help me," and just desperately trying to cling to life.
Got you. And she'll look to Juniper. I can't carry him. Can you get him, please?
I nod my head. Yeah, I will handle all of this. And I look back at Jordan with pleading eyes. I know that this is all fucked, but I need to be able to clean this up.
I don't blame you. You were doing what you were told. What he asked of you, I'm sure. But if you're smart, you'll get the fuck away from him as soon as possible, because all he does is cause suffering for him. With that, Jordan pushes himself out of the chair, stumbling for a minute as if his knees are going to give way before righting himself up and starting to walk out of the room.
As he's walking out, you see Forge eyes lock onto him as he's walking with a look of sympathy, of grief, and understanding of what he's been going through this whole time. He had a small taste of it, and it almost fucking killed him on the spot. And he doesn't even know what to say. It's just eyes staring at him. He mouths out the word sorry, but nothing really comes from it.
The first thing I do as he is limping away pretty much is I go to Forged and I do like the fireman carry to get him out to our vehicle. And then
Aspen and Eliza.
yeah, I also need to take care of the body. So
I've got Sean. Take Forged. I've got Sean. We'll send someone. We'll send people out later. I doubt. She gestures to Jordan, where Jordan left, because she can't even bear to look at him right now. I doubt he'll object when we send someone to clean up the fucking blood. Let's go home.
Okay, but I'll find Mom.
She's gonna go over to Sean's body, and she doesn't doubt that even being the tiniest of the pack, she wouldn't have much trouble picking him up.
No. In fact, it's not even a sack of potatoes. At best, he's probably 40 pounds, maybe. You lift him up and he's so small, so frail in your arms, whereas before he was big to you, sometimes intimidating to you, sometimes the target of all your ire and hatred and resentment. But now he's just empty. Empty of emotion, empty of feeling, empty of life. A devoid and empty vessel. You realize almost instantly how fragile you have to be as you hear one of the bones in his hip crack as you lift him up. As if it was dried wood.
She's holding him close carefully as she can, and just muttering under her breath a silent plea to Owl to take him to his pack.
Meanwhile, as you're all preparing to leave, Ray, you walk out the front door, and out there in the center of the street, you see a wolf with one eye and a ruin of another, just braying towards the moon, howling towards the moon. But it is filled with so much sadness that it falters even as it does so. After the howl dies off and her head drops down to the pavement looking downward, it then turns to face you and stares for a long moment. And in that eye is so many emotions. Glimpses of pain, grief, anger. And then empathy. For as you continue down the walk, she leaves the street, crossing the front yard. And she just moves up and presses her head against your leg. Letting her tongue loll out and lick gently at your hand. An embrace only a mother can give, no matter how much she's hurt by her children, no matter how much pain she feels. There's still love for her children. For even if they take everything from her, they can't take themselves away. Not easily. And that's one thing left. Possibly the most important thing.
In that moment, I'm not even looking. It's like the 100-mile stare, just staring out to nothing. Eyes glazed over. My hand kind of reacts to stakes. And I brush my hand against her. But as I stare forward, eyes now just streaming tears. I'm just going to... All I can really do is just scream. So I'll just let out a pained, screaming cry.
As you scream, Stakes drops back on her hindquarters and joins you with a howl, echoing all of that pain, fury, sadness, loss. When some things are done, they can't be undone. When we get what we want more than anything else in the world, doesn't always turn out to be as good as we'd hoped. Broken, devastated, distraught. But at least Jordan's alive, right? This is where we'll go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaboration with our partnered vendors: Chromatic Creations, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Champs Tramps, and Howl and Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our programs, you can do so at ko-fi.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling. As we return, we find ourselves at the cairn of the Sept of the Evening Star, 2 days after the events involving Jordan and the banishing of a bane, 2 days after the death of Sean Cross, Black Fury Theurge. When he was returned to the cairn, he was quickly buried and given funeral rites. so as not to continue to prolong this state of being, to help him move on, to rejoin his pack. I'm going to ask the four of you, what's been your state of being over the past 2 days? Forged has been tended to with the help of Eliza and Aspen as best as possible, but healing from this kind of suffering takes time. So why don't we start with Raymond, then Delphine, then Forged, then Juniper.
Over the past 2 days, I've basically been like a ghost. I've done whatever Caern duties I need to do without saying much and without interacting with anyone. And when not doing that, I drive my truck off God knows where and just sit there. I don't really know what to do right now, and everything I worked for it worked, but what did I really gain? So I'm just kind of wallowing in it.
Have you made any attempts to reach out to Jordan since?
No.
Yeah. Delphine.
For the burial, Delphine would try to maintain her composure as much as possible to go through the funeral rites as Owl would want her to as a silent strider. But then after the funeral, it's a lot of mourning and grieving. She had been staying with Sean in the cairn. They had been fixing their relationship, and she pretty much has just been sticking to the trailer that he'd been staying in and just having that time to just grieve.
Forged.
Forged, physical recovery is not too bad. I imagine, especially with the help of Eliza and Aspen, getting his strength back more and more, especially to the point of moving around, kind of getting back to normal functionality. But the mental toll definitely weighs on him a bit. The feeling of weakness, of pain that Jordan must have endured for so long still weighs on him. And the idea that he was just there, standing by, ready to help, and he almost died an excruciating death for it out of nowhere, because for what reason? You know, besides just helping his friend out and trying to save Jordan. They've been kind of grasping with that at the Cairn.
Aside from the physical healing or the spiritual healing that Eliza's been doing, she's also been forcing you to eat as much as humanly possible, to the point you probably can't eat anymore, to help you regain some of that body mass that was lost in the process. Yeah, probably would have recovered in time, but she insists it speeds up the healing process. A good meal does that. Juniper.
That's so funny that you say that, because Juniper is like on a fucking hyper-vigilant crazy mode right now, helping make the food, like aggressively making sure that everybody's eating the healthiest, most organic, most like soul-fulfilling food that she knows how to make. And she's also gone back to her stalking tendencies for the pack, just literally making sure that like Ray especially is not doing anything stupid or possibly contemplating more darker things right now. She is just like, she hasn't really been sleeping. She's just been going back and forth between the cairn and the house and getting supplies and making the food and just running like a major support role for everybody. And doing her best to be there despite being kind of awkward about it.
During these 2 days, you've been given space by the leadership, but they insisted that after 2 days, a conversation would be needed. Plus, they needed the full sept, or what's left of it, to be in attendance for the arrival of 2 unexpected guests, 2 new guru to the area. So, it is that night. All of you have been called together, minus Stakes, who's been sent to fetch the new arrivals and to afford you some time. The 4 of you with the leadership to explain, answer for, address what happened. With that, the scene is yours. Let's start with the 4 of you describing yourselves upon arrival. Or if you've been staying there, just what you look like.
Yeah, she's just wearing... She's probably, she did change out of the bloody jeans and everything, but she probably is just still wearing the same sweater she's been wearing since she got back from the Rite. And looks exhausted, looks as exhausted as a grieving person could look. She hasn't brushed her hair, there's circles under her eyes, and they're puffy and red. But for this, she has composed herself enough. She slapped some water on her face, and she's ready to have this discussion.
Okay, let's just continue down the line with Forged.
Forged's probably wearing some of the extra clothing they have at the Cairns. He's been spending his time here, trying to strength the will to go back to the house. So nothing spectacular about his clothing, maybe slightly too large or too small. He looks a lot better, but I still have a little bit of that gauntness to his face, mainly in the face. His body's looking a lot better. And there's bags under his eyes. Don't know if it's from fatigue or just the lingering effect of the famine bane inhabiting his body. He looks a lot worse for wear, but at least better than he was that night.
Juniper.
Juniper has a couple of long braids in, but they're very messy. She hasn't actually done her hair since managing to get in a shower and changing her clothes, and she's been running a little ragged. She has a manic look about her, but she's still present. She would just pretty much be wearing a gray tank top, some khaki pants, her hiking boots, just looking a bit sleep deprived and on edge, but otherwise doing okay.
And finally, Raymond.
Ray will look a little disheveled, hair not kept at all, beard scraggly with little bits kind of poking out and curled in random ways and positions, not wearing his hat. At this point, he left it with Sean. It's staying with Sean. If they allowed it to happen, if they didn't, he's not keeping it anymore. Clothes wrinkled and probably wore these same clothes the previous day. So a little dirty, a little sweaty, just very much disheveled. Falling back a little bit more into what I was used to doing when I was here talking to leadership, and kind of standing at attention, falling back on that. And my mind's not fully here. The stare's still kind of there, but he's kind of falling back into the motions of, I'm talking to leadership, I'm at attention, I'm here and present.
Speaking of the leaders, what's the overall vibe appearance of each of the leaders? We'll start with Aspen, then Jester, then Jace.
Aspen is still a bit in casual clothes, tan, kind of corduroy overall shorts with a white sports bra underneath because she's been helping Forge get better and staying in the cairn a little bit more the last couple of days, with also some of the other things going on even outside of the Hellhounds. She's been staying in the cairn a bit more, and at the moment she's just sat at the table knowing that this meeting is going to happen. Her leg is bouncing and her hands kind of go from at her lap clenched together to rubbing together. She seems conflicted in this meeting that's about to be presented.
Jester.
Jester is sitting at her seat. Her arms are crossed. She's dressed in a black tank top, kind of like midriff cut off, a pair of jean shorts and hiking boots. Currently she has a very like stony expression and she's staring like with hard eyes, but as she glances over the 4 pack members, her eyes will soften a little, but the stony expression still remains.
And Jace.
Jace is in his normal getup of a jean jacket, black shirt underneath, and his blue ripped jeans. He's sitting at the table, but his fingers are tapping. He's looking to each individual person, making eye contact with them. Also trying to like read each person to see how they're feeling before they actually speak. And he is a bit fidgety. He also is feeling some conflictions about what's happened.
Artie sits nearby at the table, looking as Artie often does, seeming to turn most of his attention towards Aspen and her current state, as well as the state of the others at the table. His expression otherwise is unreadable other than that of concern. And then Eliza has a very empathetic look on her face, but there's a small hollowness to her eyes, as if something was lost. And then Charles lingers away from the table, a few feet back next to the tree that is kind of the end piece of the table. He seems distracted, present but distracted at the same time, as if he's thinking to other matters at the same time as this. But with that, the scene is yours.
Aspen, seeing that everybody gathers at the table, will look up and nod. Well, it seems we have a lot to discuss about the happenings just a few days ago. She looks around the table at each of the Hellhounds, looking at Delphine, saddened and Forged hurt, in Ray, not himself in a lot of ways. So she turns her head to Juniper. Juniper, would you mind recounting in your own thoughts and sights from that day, please?
I sit up to attention and clear my throat. Yeah. To put it as straightforward as possible, we arrived at the house and Delphine did a scan with her sight, and it was obvious from that there was definitely a Fomori present. The entire place had been shaped, I guess, into his domain, basically. When we went in, the Fomori that had taken over Jordan's body was tied down to a chair. He was very aggressive and manipulative and attempted to try and get us to touch him, including Forge, but we all managed to stay strong together as a pack and not give into any of it. Stakes was running a perimeter while we were setting up. Forge went out to get Stakes while Delphine and I continued to set up for the ritual. We went ahead with the ritual, and everything seemed to be going according to plan until Delphine and Ray shoved the brand into Jordan's chest, and somehow during that, Forged began rapidly losing all of his weight and starting to look like death itself, and all but collapsed to the floor. And before something permanent could happen, Sean said that to Delphine that he had taken her burden once before and that he would do the same for Forged. And he willingly, I assume he willingly let the Fomori into his body because he grabbed onto Forged's shoulder and took in a deep breath, and his entire arm began to wither away to nothing, and it took over his body within seconds, and his entire body just depleted into nothing. He remained conscious. He pulled out a silver dagger and tried to give it to Raymond, but dropped it and said that this was his choice, and it's also what Red would have wanted. And he fell to the floor and lifted up his chin. And I pause and take a deep breath and rub my hands on my legs. And then Raymond executed him. To permanently rid us of the Fomori.
Aspen nods to Juniper and gives like a soft nod as encouragement because the words are hard.
Yeah. Stakes left the house and began mourning outside. Delphine attempted to heal Sean, but Sean was nothing. He just withered nothing. She then began to heal Forged as much as she could. Jordan came back to himself, his body no longer looking like death itself, and was very not happy and emotional about what happened. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said, but he was not happy. And now we are here. And everybody is recovering, and not so much recovering in their own ways. But the ritual was a success. But the last of the house sept has passed.
Thank you, Juniper. I'd like to get everybody's thoughts and, well, feelings over this situation. And I'd like to start with my pack first. But before I do that, I do have to pose the question. And I know that this has been hard on all of you. What of the veil? What of Jordan afterwards? Has that been taken care of?
The veil's preserved, but that, as far as I can tell, but I think he's known what's been going on. So the veil was broken, at least in that regard, for longer than we've been here. Since Jordan's been like this for much longer than we've even known Ray.
At this point, Charles speaks up and says, I have eyes on him.
Okay. As long as that's been taken care of. She kind of looks down at the table, looks back up over to Jester. Jester, do you have any questions?
Jester will let out a sigh. First of all of you have my condolences. Sean had started to, I guess, become a part of this sept. Several of us have grown to like him very much, and what he did was a brave and honorable thing. However, I do have questions. Why did the decision come not to kill the Fomori and instead attempt to banish it, when it's pretty much a known thing that once someone is a Fomori, banishment isn't going to work?
Because Ray wanted us to try.
I'll look over to Ray. Why did you make this decision?
Because I felt like killing wasn't the only answer, and I wanted to see if I could save my friend.
Did you consult anyone before this?
Delphine scoffs.
I talked to Charles. I talked to Ember. I talked to Eliza a bit, not fully telling her the truth because this was early on when I was here. I talked to Horn Serpent, and then I told the pack.
And in talking with your elders on this, did they ever indicate that it was possible for that to happen?
Some of the conversations it has been a bit, but at least in my discussion with Ember, Horn Serpent, and what I remember of the discussion with Eliza, that was a possibility that there would be a price.
Did you know what the price was?
Aspen will stare hard at Raymond.
It was never explicitly stated. No, it was never explicitly stated what the price was. I always said that I was willing to pay the price, and if I could choose, I would have paid any price. I did not think it was going to be on someone else.
Raymond, you seem to have this habit lately of making decisions without knowing the price fully. And now a Garu is dead because you let a Fomori live because you believed you could save it, despite not knowing what price it was. And most of the wisdom I have heard from my elders is there's no way to save them. Do you feel this is a quality of a good leader?
In that aspect, I guess no.
Delphine will shoot glaring daggers at Raymond. Juniper won't say it, I will. He wanted you to kill him. I heard it.
Jester a little confused. The Fomori wanted.
When Jordan came out of it, when Jordan came out of it, he said he had begged Raymond to kill him.
I'll look back to Ray, and at this point, the hardness is gone, and it is just empathetic. It's really hard to give up on someone you love when they're taken from you by the enemy we fight. I get it. Sometimes we have to make those hard decisions. I'll look to the rest of the pack and to Aspen. I am not in charge of this decision at all. At least for the Hellhounds, the rest of them would consider seriously whether or not you would wish to follow someone who makes these decisions. And I think there should be a rite of shame done for what has happened. From what I understand, this has been going on for more than a few days or a few weeks. That's all for me.
Aspen will nod and look over to Jace. Jace, did you have anything you wanted to contribute?
Yeah, I got a couple questions. He'll stop tapping his finger at that moment and look to everyone. I understand the sorrow you are going through. Losing a person as close as he was and someone that was there for you. I understand the feeling you're all going through. Raymond, I'm going to come back to you. Delphine, I have just a couple questions on the ritual that was performed. If you could walk me through your steps.
Myself and Juniper burned sage and St. John's wort in the space. Sean brought candles and earth and purified water. And when it came time to finish and complete the rite, the brand, I also had a personal item of Jordan's that Ray provided, which were his dog tags from the army.
Something to bind, okay.
And I even had Ember's flame heat the metal. And I had Ray assist in pressing because Ray's close with him, I had Ray help me press the brand into his chest to drive the bane out. Then we did the chants, and it went as I was taught it.
Okay. When you were performing this, did you believe it was going to work from start to finish?
I believed I would drive the bane out. I didn't believe that Jordan would survive.
Right. Thank you. He'll then look over towards Raymond. Raymond, how long have you known Jordan?
I've known Jordan since I was 6 years old, so 15 years.
So pretty good connection.
Yes.
So seeing someone going through and a possibility of saving them, that's your thought process?
Sorry, I don't really understand the question.
Your process for wanting to go through with this, a friend that is in pain, you're wanting to save them, so you're willing to do whatever it takes. Is that your thought process?
My thought process during all this time was that, yes, I wanted to save him. I wanted to bring him back because if I was unable to save him, if I did have to end him, then the last connection I had to what I was before would have been gone, because I can't really connect with anything else. So I wanted to try and preserve that, and I wanted to save him from his suffering, but I didn't want to kill him because I didn't think it was possible for me to make that choice.
Jace will pause for a moment, kind of looking around, then back to him. Keeping that sense of him, I understand where you're at, but I hear selfishness in this. This fight that we have going on, when someone is at that point, wouldn't it be better for a friendship to end it there? Especially when you've talked to others saying that being released from something like that, there is a large price to pay.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that. It was selfish of me to try. But I guess in my mind at that point, I had already put so much effort and time to try and find a solution, and one was presented. And when I found the way to save him, I just was happy that I found a way that I could bring him back. And that's, in the end, that's what I chose to do. It was, like you said, it was selfish, but I had already spent so much effort and time to try and save him. I didn't want to throw it all away.
Understandable. You hold some wisdom in the things you have said, but bringing him back wouldn't have brought you any honor of any sort at all. We're fixed what has been going on. At that point, he'll look over towards Aspen. I agree with Jester that a rite of shame needs to be done. He does have a sense of wisdom, but there is a large lack of honor. And a leader needs to be able to make those harder decisions in the betterment of everyone and not themselves.
Understood. She kind of hasn't taken her gaze off of Raymond since that question from Jester. Raymond, you were aware of the casualties that could come with this. Were you not?
In some sense. But like I said, I truly didn't know what the price was going to be. So I can't say for sure that I knew that this was going to happen 100%. I didn't know that a life would be sacrificed.
I'd appreciate it if you'd be completely honest, because I know we had a conversation of the people around you potentially getting hurt because of this situation. Did we not?
We did.
And did you tell your pack that that was a potential?
I did not.
Then I turn to the rest of you. When you went in to do this, regardless of how angry you are now and the result of what happened, were you aware that there was a potential for harm or casualty to yourselves by helping him with this?
I was aware that one of us could get hurt. But anything we do can result in us getting hurt, especially with Bane's and Fomori. I did not know that this specifically would be the cost.
Even though it was not explicitly discussed beforehand, I was mostly worried for Delphine's safety, as she was the one performing the ritual. And it was common sense that, at the very least, the person performing the ritual would be the one that was most in danger in this specific situation. For me, it didn't have to be explicitly described to understand the common sense level of danger that this entire thing had. But what happened, I was not expecting that either.
Understood. But you were aware of the potential danger that you were being put into.
Yes.
She looks over to Forged.
Taking a bit longer with his answer, he stares down towards his lap, hands wringing, as he contemplates what should he do now. Should he answer truthfully no? Or should he try and at least back up Ray in any sort of capacity here? And after a moment, he lets out an exhale that he'll say, I was aware of the risk. Trying to lie to the rest of the sept.
I'd like to roll an insight.
Yeah, give me a manipulation and subterfuge there, Forged.
Am I able to assist in this?
You can roll your own.
Can do.
I would like to as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna try and not use my last willpower. I don't know. Would probably not be a good idea.
That's fair.
Got 4 successes.
What is our rage at?
I would say 2.
Okay. I got 5 successes with a crit.
Four success for Jace and for Aspen.
Only 3 for me.
Okay. So, I will say this. John had said that the Rite was going to be dangerous. So there is a hint of truth to it. But I think that Forge could never have even comprehended how dangerous or the outcome. So while there is a bit of doubt in what he says, I do believe there is still some truth in there as well, because it had been explicitly stated.
Okay. I'm gonna let Aspen go on. I'm not gonna interrupt.
And Aspen will look over to Eliza. Sean, being an elder, would know of the dangers of this type of ritual and what they may or may not be forced with.
Well, I suppose we should let the man speak for himself. And she pulls out a piece of paper that's folded. He left a letter. But before I get to all that, I'd like to put in my own 2 cents, if I may.
You may. I will continue to ask my questions after.
Of course. What we've tried to build here is a new nation with new ideas, new opportunities, new chances, and that comes with risk. Yes, we've all been taught through the nation, through our old ways, that Fomori are to be destroyed. They are far gone, especially one in this condition as Jordan. But I ask you all, wouldn't you try anything first? Do I disagree with the decision? Knowing the outcome, I would say no, but who knew the outcome? The risk, certainly, but the outcome? Impossible to say in hindsight. If we are going to create something new, we constantly have to challenge our perceptions of the old. But either way, John should speak for himself. She unfolds the letter and begins to read. To the Sept of the Evening Star and the Hellhounds. I write this letter in the full knowledge that if it is found and read, it is likely after my death. I have lived a long and good life, and I know what we're about to attempt is utterly foolish and possibly impossible. But if there's a chance, even a slightest chance, I had to try it. I owe this pack so much. I owe this sept so much for saving my life, for giving me a second chance. To the elders, once upon a time, we dumped our burden upon you, and that's what we viewed them as, a burden. But in truth, it's an honor to have them, because they are the future, and they are the present. And it was wrong of us to have done what we did, all excuses aside. This is an opportunity for them to get the chance they deserve. And of course, they're going to make mistakes along the way. It is our duty as Guru to fight for Gaia. And that includes Gaia's creations. Humans are one of those creations. We live this life knowing risks, knowing what really lies out there. And for our own safety, we have to keep it secret. But if we aren't doing everything we can to protect those who don't know, then what are we even fighting for? Do not mourn for me, because if I took this course of action, I took it full well knowing that I was sparing another from a miserable fate. I took this course of action to preserve the future, for my time was nearing its end, and I embraced it openly and welcomed it. If one of the others had gotten hurt because of this rite, I could have never forgiven myself, because it was I who impressed upon Raymond that we must do this. I made his decision for him. And therefore, I, full well knowing, was willing to pay the price, if there was a price to be paid. To the Hellhounds, I've apologized in my own way to each of you for what has occurred in Michigan. You deserved so much better, and thankfully now you have it. For I have been able to witness what they are creating here, what is being built. And truthfully, it was a better place for you than we would have ever been. But now is your time to assist, to help in creating this future. Because they, your elders, are still figuring it out themselves. They need you. They need your assistance because they can't do it alone. I know I can't stop you from mourning for me, even though I question whether I deserve it at times. But don't let this be the thing that breaks you. That would be a dishonor to me and this decision. Instead, let it harden your resolve. Let it cement your bond. And let it be a second chance for whoever it is that may have fallen ill, if anyone. I lived a good life. I regret very little. My biggest regret was failing all of you. Now I go to my pack. I go home. And I'll be happy to see my family again. Eliza then folds up the letter. John chose not to bind himself to the cairn, so his spirit has gone on to where our spirits go. He will not be able to be accessed through the cairn as often our ancestors and spirits are. And I cannot guarantee that anyone will be able to speak to or see him again. But this, she taps the paper, let this be honored as a sacrifice he chose, and not one that was forced upon him. I do believe something must be done, and it is my highest recommendation that Raymond be given chiminage after taking some time to redeem himself in my tutelage. Banes are a messy business. Fomori are the creations of those Banes. If he is going to continue to be able to fight this fight, he needs to do it with the knowledge of what it is he's dealing with. Therefore, my recommendation is that he takes shame against honor, for this was a prideful action. However, he should be able to earn his way back. Because there are far too few of us, and even now, one less, to be able to sacrifice another, because then what was the point? That is what I have to say.
Thank you, Eliza. And I still have questions about the logistics, the litany of everything. But I think Eliza's always wise words hit us all. And I remember a time when it was just a small pack here in Tampa. And there were times when some of us thought that we knew best to save our friends. And I look over at Jester. And there were times where we couldn't get past the grief. And it almost tore us apart. And I look over at Artie. And I smile at both of them.
At this point, Jester's actually wiping tears after hearing like Sean's letter. She's just shaking her head, thinking, "Why are all elders fucking believe that they can't tell us before they decide to make a fucking sacrifice?" Because it reminds her so much of Ryder.
I also made mistakes as a leader myself. I've destroyed a whole cairn, had a whole trial. Much like this in a way. And I know that there's been other situations even recently where some of us have lost whole packs and we're ready to run into a fray they didn't understand just to get them back. Looks over at Jace and smiles. And some of us still have our past catching up to us. Looks over at Charles. But when we were just a pack, just ourselves, we had to figure it out. And we made mistakes. And we continue to make mistakes. And for me to come down so harshly on this situation means that we are infallible and you are all meant for judgment, which isn't the case. So my last question, and I really want you all to think about it, because in the grand scheme of things, it's not up to us elders. It's up to a pack who's worked together, who's done missions together, who's fought together, who's almost died together. Does Raymond deserve shame? Or does he deserve a second chance? And she'll look over at Juniper first.
Without hesitation, I immediately respond. I do not think that Raymond deserves the right of shame. I think that what has happened has rocked him to his core, as well as the rest of us. And he's going to be carrying the shame of what he has done internally for the rest of his existence. However, should he ever make another stupid decision, especially concerning worm spirits, and I look down at his arm, He should be removed as leader and given the rite of shame immediately. But as of now, I think that he knows just how badly he fucked up.
Okay. Wise words, Juniper. Thank you. Delphine.
I believe that Raymond's actions, especially now, knowing that his friend even begged for the end long before we attempted this, something that he failed to mention to us. This was not an honorable act. This was selfish. This was prideful. The rite of shame was done upon me and Forged. And I honestly do think it made us better. So I feel very strongly that he should receive the same rite of shame that we received as well.
Thank you, Delphine. Forge.
Am I really one to judge him? I don't think I'm in any position to do so. Just looks, he just has his head staring down right now. Clearly doesn't really want to answer this question.
You were harmed. Would you not judge someone who mugged you on the street? I think you're in a position because you were the one, aside from Sean, that was harmed the most out of this.
Once again, the dilemma in his head, the pull of should he stick to Ray's side, even if it's more against what he believes in right now? Should he always support those he think have his back if they did something wrong? And he knows what the pain that Jordan's been through. He knows the suffering essentially Ray inflicted onto him by making him stay alive. And after a moment of deliberation, Forge eventually sighs and says, I think Ray should get the rite of shame on his honor. He doesn't look at Ray when he says this, looking away.
Thank you, Forge. That was honest. I appreciate it. And finally, Raymond, do you believe that you should get the rite of shame? While listening to your pack and everything they've had to say, do you believe you deserve the rite of shame?
I will look at everyone in my pack, and this time not with that glassy eye look that I've had for the past few days, but actually like looking at them all. And then I will turn to Aspen. Even if they all agreed that I shouldn't get it, I would have gladly accepted the rite of shame willingly. Because what I did was selfish. I brought my pack into harm's way for my own goal in saving a single person. I know that it was not the best thing to do. It was not the right decision, but I can't say that I am not happy that I was able to save my friend. And in that vein, there's still that feeling of not having my pack's well-being at the forefront.
I appreciate you taking the burden of what you've done to your pack and understanding the harm that you've done to all of them. So the rite of shame will be done, and you will be learning from Eliza so that you won't make the same mistake again. I appreciate you all being here and being honest and coming to this conclusion together as a pack. I hope it makes you stronger.
Charles clears his throat, turning his attention to the table and the pack. Then looking to Aspen.
Go ahead, Charles.
Two of the pack, now three, requested a rite of shame to be done. This, to me, is also a vote of no confidence. A leader cannot carry shame to lead effectively. It is my recommendation that Raymond step down as pack leader until he has removed his shame, and the pack may choose whether they believe he is fit to lead again or not.
I appreciate your recommendation, Charles, but there was a time where I almost took the rite of shame, and I don't think anyone here would have requested that I step down as leader because they understand that mistakes are made by all, leadership included. This is a new nation after all.
All due respect, but that right came from the nation, not your pack. This pack has called for shame upon their leader, including the leader himself. So then I ask the Hellhounds themselves, and I'll start with Raymond. Do you believe you are still fit to lead after the events that occurred?
Honestly, I don't know. I think I would leave that up to the rest of the pack.
Very well. Delphine.
She's just shaking her head and looking over at Ray. Can you just give a fucking straight answer for once? Enough of these non-answers.
Okay, then my answer is I would like to still keep leading you guys and prove that I can still be a good leader. But if I don't have your confidence and trust, then I shouldn't be a leader. That's why I'm leaving the decision up to you.
I have a question before you move on, like for Ray on that. Given the circumstances that have happened recently, like what you have been through, do you think you are mentally able to continue to lead? Emotionally as well. Because it's okay to take some time for yourself and step down until you feel you are able. Because if you are not in a good mental state to lead, you may end up getting your pack killed by decisions you make.
Then I guess no. With what happened 2 days ago, I'm not okay. And I don't know when I will be okay. I guess I do need time.
And just so you know, Ray, like, that's okay. There's no, like, shame, or you're not wrong for admitting that. It's actually very brave to admit that. Like, nobody's gonna look down on you here for, like, admitting something like that.
I'll just nod.
Then I ask you this. Who would you have stand in for you and be your predecessor until such time as it is determined you are fit to return to lead?
When I was made leader, it was thrust upon the pack. And I don't know if I should make that decision of choosing someone again and thrusting it upon the other two. I think that they should all voice on who they think should stand in my place.
I'm asking for your recommendation, Raymond. Nothing will be declared.
Okay. Then I will recommend Delphine.
He turns and looks at Juniper. As a Ragabash, you have often been critical of those in authority. Who would you follow?
At this point, I would follow any one of us, despite everything going on personally with each individual. But given all of the moving parts, I think it would be best if either Delphine or myself lead temporarily.
Which one? If you had to pick one.
My ego says myself, but I would be fine following Delphine.
Forged.
Now the decision's already made. It's gonna be Delphine.
No decision is made until everyone has spoken.
Why do you guys want to hear from me so badly about this stuff? Man, I'm just here.
Because your voice counts. That's the whole... As much as, like, we... Exactly. What Delphine says, your voice counts here. Especially in your pack. You shouldn't have to follow someone you didn't choose to follow.
I'll vote for Delphine too.
Delphine.
Before this whole thing happened, Raymond and I were arguing back at the pack house about what if it was my family. If I had to make that choice, and I made it clear to him that I did make that choice. And I will always choose this pack. If they will have me lead it, I would. Because I want what's best for my pack. Even if some don't agree with some of the things that I would tell them. And she looks specifically at Charles.
And I believe a decision has been made, Sept Leader. And I recommend that we revisit this again once Chiminage has been accomplished and Raymond has completed his training with Eliza.
Interesting. Then that's how this will go. Delphine, you are now leader of the Hellhounds.
I know we've had to deal with a great deal today. But unfortunately, our business does not get to end with this decision. Leadership was established, and so too must a leader be prepared for what responsibility that means, not just in those that she knows, but those that she doesn't. For we have two coming to introduce themselves to our Sept today, and if indeed they choose to join, I can think of no better test than to have them under this new pack leader's advisement.
I couldn't agree more, Charles.
Then let us prepare for their arrival. As everyone takes in the moment, the discussion, the weight of what's just occurred, we transition to our final scene of tonight's story. Quinn and Willow, it's been 2 days since you were welcomed to Tampa by the Bonar Ragabash kinseeker known as Stakes Her Claim. And as promised, 2 days later, she returned to your door, saying that it was time for your introduction. At that point, she had all of you shift into Lupus and begin the journey to the Cairn. It was a long and winding journey, and avoiding a lot of the urban sprawl proved difficult at first, until you find your way to the Hillsborough River. Tracing the river north, sticking to its edge, you eventually reach the Hillsborough State Park. A massive, sprawling woodland combined with swamp. Stakes brings you to the edge as dark is settling in. She then looks to all of you, or both of you, and says, "This is it. A lot has happened over the last 2 days, and you were walking into a very fragile situation, as I had feared. Start with the custom, the introductory howl, and then we will approach the cairn." She looks towards Quinn. Why don't you start?
Quinn nods to her and will howl a excitable but reverent and respectful howl.
Give me a glory and performance, please.
One success.
Heh. Willow, as the howl begins, you know it is you to join in next as Stakes looks to you and nod. Give me a glory and performance roll.
And then I got that specialization in singing. Would that actually apply here? Because it's
Sure.
technically wolf.
Yeah.
Cool. Hell yeah. Four successes.
Okay. So as Willow's howl joins in with Quinn's, it becomes much stronger and also more musical. And then is capped off with Stakes joining in last. The sound reverberating through the trees, piercing through the protections that make up the cairn, and arriving at the clearing. With the howl sent, you begin your approach. Walking through the trees, Stakes dropping down into Lupus once more, as it is much more comfortable for them to approach in this fashion. It takes probably a good 15 to 20 minutes to arrive at the cairn. And while it's been warmer out, as you pass through the edge of the bawn, you feel a strange sensation wash over you, unlike any other cairn you've been to before. You feel eyes watching you with no source. But you also feel the air become more temperate, more comfortable. You find yourselves being slowly embraced by the spiritual energy that makes up the cairn. And it's a little bit off-putting at first, because cairns aren't even usually like that. It's a different sensation. But as you follow behind Stakes as she leads you ahead through the woods, eventually a light glowing appears in the distance that grows brighter and brighter the closer you get, until you see a large bonfire in the center of a massive clearing. Within the clearing, there are 2 RVs parked side by side, a really janky treehouse, a small structure on stilts, looking like it was built like a workshop and prepared for floods. And then a massive wooden table sat beneath a large, great tree. A clave hung ornamentally from the tree. There you see a gathering of many, many individuals, a surprising number considering all you've heard about this place and how it's not regarded very highly by Guru society, or the nation at least. But yet, they have numbers. Many Guru are present here. Both of you roll me a wits and insight check.
Five successes for Quinn.
Same here for Willow.
The tension is palpable, and there's a heaviness, a mourning that hangs in the air as well, a sadness. But as you enter into the clearing, you stop just at the edge, and Stakes looks towards the table and all those gathered there, giving out a bark of greeting, but also inquisitively, as if to say, may we approach.
Aspen will wait at the fire, but she will look over to see Stakes meet her eye and nod.
Stakes will then cock her head back at the two of you, and then begin the approach through the clearing, shifting back into her lupus form her Hamid form mid-stride as she continues to approach. I'd like the two of you to describe yourselves as you approach the fire, starting with Quinn and then Willow.
Sure. Quinn is a 5'10" height, average-ish build, maybe a little on the leaner, skinnier side, wearing a 3/4 length baseball t-shirt, jeans, Converse sneakers, short reddish brown curly hair, and very piercing greenish blue eyes.
Willow is 5'7", incredibly thin frame, almost like a dancer's build, with these clothes that seem way too baggy for them. They almost seem to wear Willow, as opposed to the other way around, covered in patchwork and dirt. Their hair is a mop of brown, choppy bits, and they have these wide, large eyes and this button nose, but the eyes almost glint a little too brightly. That sort of gold sheen in the light, and you can see freckles dotting the face, and there are scars covering the majority of their skin you can see. A lot of it's very covered, except for the bare feet at the very bottom, grabbing into the dirt, almost for comfort.
As they draw near, Stakes stops maybe about 6 or so feet away from Aspen by the fire. And you can see in her posture and everything that she is very uncomfortable doing the formalities. And as she starts to, she eventually gives up and says, "There's 2 children of Gaia here." And then just goes walking over towards the table.
Thank you, Stakes. And she smiles and watches her walk away. She looks at the two of you. Nice to meet you. I am Aspen Oathbreaker, Philodox of the Silver Fang, leader of the Sept of the Evening Star, and leader of the Pack of the Evening Star.
Stakes calls over, "It's your turn."
I am Queen Kelly, child of Gaia Ragabash, from the northern Sept in the Caern of the Long Ridge.
I am Willow Wisp, lupus-born Galliard of the Children of Gaia, what's that word? Affiliated. God, I don't like that word.
Once again, Stakes calls over, saying the obvious that doesn't really need to be said, but as is her fashion, she's a puppy, really young. Cute, though.
I'm not...
Thank you, Stakes. And she'll smile over in Stakes' direction and then smile at Willow. And kind of take a few steps forward to shake hands. And then she will turn to Jace and Jester. These are a few of my pack, the elders here. This is Jace, Dreams in Decay. And this is Jester, Malicious Jester. And this is Charles, and she'll point over to Charles. And to Eliza. And this is Eliza. She's our elder here as well. And she'll gesture over to the Hellhounds. These are the Hellhounds. And it's very, very nice to have you here in the Cairn. And she'll look over to Jester.
Jester, who is now kind of smiling at both of them, but like more like just at Willow, because Willow is so adorable, and just be like, "Welcome, both of you." Look to Willow. Willow, would you like to tell me how you came here? Or tell us.
Okay. So we traveled from Vermont, looking to Quinn like that's the name. That's yes. Okay. Via walking and hitching rides. The trip was long and cold, but now we are here.
Thank you. That was very good. Have you told many stories?
I don't know a lot of stories yet, but I like stories. Quinn has these books with these round things that you put in the machine that's loud. and then you can read along with the book, and I like those.
That's great. I am also a Galliard, so I like stories as well. So if you ever want to
Yes.
share stories with
Yes,
me, I'd be very happy.
Yes, please.
I'll look to Quinn. What's your side of the story?
Stakes calls over before you can ask. She can read too. It's fucking weird.
Oh, that's a big accomplishment. It's good. Very nice.
Aspen will laugh, look to Quinn. Our resident Ragabash, and points over to Artie, is Arthur.
Artie stands up and gives like a little salute wave over. Glasswalker, you can call me Artie. Let me know if you need anything, technologically taken care of. I do that despite the complete lack of Wi-Fi out here. And he gives a very help me look.
Quinn will give a little of a sigh and say, during a kin-seeking attempt, I actually found her running from where she had been, and instead of bringing her to the Caern that I am a part of, or was a part of, I decided it was best for her to learn somewhere else.
Is there any particular reason why you decided not to take her back to your Cairn that you were a part of?
I do not have the best track record in finding appropriate kin. I have a faulty attempt that has left me still accessible to the Cairn, but not well liked, in the sense that I'm pretty sure the warder is going to kill me.
They know that you came down here?
They know that I left. I don't know. He's pretty good about following, but I haven't seen him.
He stopped tracking us around Georgia.
He'll turn for a moment over toward Charles. More unexpected guess. Isn't that great for you?
Yeah.
If it is needed to be known, his name is Rook of Iron Bells. He's a Red Talon.
I'm always up for a challenge, Charles says as he kind of poofs out his chest a little bit.
I do want to also admit that he is within his right to do so. I caused harm to the Cairn, and I should have been punished more appropriately towards the nation, but my Cairn leader was a little bit more acceptable to my issue.
I'm confused on the inappropriate kin part. Like, how were they inappropriate if they hadn't changed yet?
The issue is that they had, and it caused devastation to the Cairn because I didn't kill them like they requested I should have.
Why did they need to be killed?
There was something wrong with the child. I'm not 100% sure, but when they changed, it was more devastating than any other kind of change I've ever seen before.
Aspen will look across the Hellhounds and see Delphine's concerned face. Delphine, as leader of the Hellhounds, would you like to be a part of this discussion and asking questions?
Delphine will look a little caught off guard, but will nod and stand from her chair, which they'll see as the keeper of the wild chair, and she'll skirt around the table and approach, nod her head at them. Hello, I'm Delphine, Gaia speaker. I'm the pack leader of the Hellhounds. Is it customary for them to eliminate potential kin?
Not always, but if there is a problem, then it needs to be dealt with.
Charles actually speaks up at this point. In the Guru Nation, certain risks are assessed when following a new kin. If they're considered volatile, dangerous, then yes, sometimes the problem is taken care of in advance if there's believed to be no hope for their change.
By that logic, makes sense why he stated that back in hell for us sometimes, but I'm sorry that you had to deal with that. Though I don't understand why he's still following. If you've left of your own volition, you're not going back.
He holds a grudge for what happened, and again, I don't disrespect him in that he is honorable in feeling his ways. I did something bad and I should repent for it, but you're right, I have left, and hopefully he leaves me alone, but I don't have the faith in that.
Well, he's the warder of his sept. He's doing a poor job if he's leaving it for as long as you've been traveling.
Delphine.
Just saying.
How long have you both been Guru? Charles asks.
About 4 years for myself. Willow was fairly new.
Charles nods and then looks back to Aspen.
Aspen looks to Charles, smiles at the two of them, looks back to Charles. Please, go ahead, keep asking questions.
What have you heard about this place?
That it's a place that we shouldn't have come to, that it is not seen well by the nation. It's a disgrace.
I appreciate the honesty. Then why did you?
We had a spirit embodying fire tell us to come down this way. We were trying to look for any sept, and this is what was told to us.
They said specifically Delphine. We should find Delphine.
I see. Well, whether it was wise to follow their recommendation or not remains to be seen, but you've come during a very interesting time. This place is filled with leeches, has the eyes of Pentex, and now, from what I'm coming to understand, a presence by the cult of Fenris. This is not a place for inexperienced Guru who are unwilling to follow commands or be rebellious. That's how you get yourselves killed. But if you're open to a non-traditional way of thinking, and you're willing to do as you're told, and to be respectful of the leadership here, be respectful of your place, and are open to learning, I believe you could have a place here. What do you say to that?
Quinn will look to Willow first to see her reactions.
The entire time she's seeing the smiling faces and then feeling the energy in the air and this tension, and they are just like grabbing onto their sleeve and just rubbing onto that place where it connects at this thumb hole. And she's like, I know I'm not as old as Quinn
is, or as experienced, but I want to try. I can't go home. I don't have anywhere else to go, so I have to try. If that's okay.
Charles just gives a curt nod and then looks to Quinn.
I'm willing to learn and follow directions as needed. Again, I am from the nation, so I do understand how to follow and respect. I just made a mistake.
Well, and he looks over towards Aspen. You have a sept leader who believes in second chances. And I don't think there's a one of us who hasn't made a mistake in the past, some which continue to haunt us. Have you ever killed?
Yes.
Obviously, so.
I'm not talking about animals for a hunt.
Oh. Yes.
If needed to, could you do so again?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you ever been coerced by or subjected to the worm?
No.
Point of order. Would what I have been through count?
I would say that you weren't a subject to, it was kind of thrust upon you. So I would say you didn't give in and let it have any manipulative qualities on you. So no, but you have been experienced the worm.
Okay. Not I didn't submit to the worm, but the worm sort of wormed in my general direction.
Esther will let out a small laugh at that one. I like her.
Charles looks towards Jester and nods before looking back. It has a tendency to do that. But as long as you didn't feel yourself tempted or gave in any capacity, that's perfectly acceptable. This is an opportunity, if you so choose it, to learn a new way of thinking, he says, looking towards Quinn. And how to fit in, he says, looking towards Willow. The Hellhounds have been through quite an ordeal recently, but I believe, and he looks over all of them before stopping on Delphine, they are very capable in taking you into their numbers and assisting in your training. The elders will, of course, be watching on and be at your disposal for any questions you may have. I am the warder. I oversee all of the packs within this sept. Therefore, I will be your point of contact at most times. He looks over towards Stakes. Stakes, her claim, is the mentor of that pack. She can also be a reliable point of contact, especially in lupus-borne matters. I believe you should be welcome. And from an assessment of you, I do not see you as currently a threat. As long as that assessment isn't proven wrong, we will get along just fine. But should it be, as some of your new pack can tell you, I can be a bit medieval in my methods. Don't make me do that.
I'm sure as long as you're honest with any trouble that you may come to, and make it so we are able to help you in whatever way we can. There should be no problem, and you could always reach out to any of us of the Sept. I speak for myself, but I think I speak for Jace and Jester as well. And as long as you can work well with the Hellhounds and within this cairn, it is an interesting cairn, bit strange compared to others, but as long as we can all work within that space, I think we'll be just fine. And she'll kind of side-eye Charles and then go back to smiling at the other two.
Indeed. You came from the old nation. How experienced were you in their titles and what those titles represented?
Very educated.
Well then, I believe, he says looking towards Aspen, they should be informed of what those titles are and who holds them.
Absolutely. As Charles has already made it very clear, he's the warder here. And she turns her gaze away from Charles and just to Jace and Jester specifically. This is Jace. He is training to be our Rite master, but for now, Eliza is our Rite master and elder here, and Jester is our master of challenges. And I, of course, am the Sept leader. And Artie recently had a new title, and she'll kind of gesture over to Artie.
Yeah, I am the intercessor. So I am a go-to as well as the gatekeeper for moon bridges, although there are no active moon bridges at the moment. So that title is null. But I can be an ear to listen and talk to a less buttoned up and tied point of contact to the leadership if you want someone who isn't going to stare at you like that. And yeah, good to have you here. Eliza also steps forward and says, "Welcome, y'all. It's good to have you down here. As they had so kindly said, my name is Eliza, and I am the Rite Master of the Sept. If you ever need any kind of spiritual counseling, I suggest going to Delphine first, as she has already proven herself an accomplished theurge, but I am also at your disposal as well in all matters spiritual, so don't be afraid to come out and ask. And, of course, Dreams in Decay is another great point of contact. We got a whole lot of spiritual business going on around here, so you got a lot of points to talk to in that regard. I do have a question, though. What are your thoughts on stargazers?" He says with a kind of smirk.
Stars are pretty.
You are absolutely correct in that, my dear.
I'm willing to learn about you, but from my knowledge of stargazers, I shouldn't.
You'll get used to it.
She nods towards Jace with a smile. "I will have you know, I am for the most part an open book, and I am happy to educate you in any way I can about myself, my tribe, and our place here. But I assure you, most of what you've heard is falsehoods, taken from an embittered place that wasn't happy to see some guru leave." Well, who's hungry?
Oh, I could eat.
Food. Food is good. I like food. Food is great. I like food.
Eliza looks towards Aspen. "Do we need to keep this whole formal stuff going, or can I go make some plates for our guests and our friends and family here?"
Nope. Food is perfect. And you could tell anybody who knows Aspen really well, she was just kind of not really there for this whole meeting. And she just immediately kind of goes and walks and goes to help Eliza with food.
So, as the meeting comes to a close and everyone starts to disperse, the Hellhounds and the new arrivals are left to conversate.
Delphine will wave Quinn and Willow over to where the rest of her pack is still tensely sitting at the table while the others go get food. And she'll gesture to Juniper first, because Juniper's not as moody as the boys are right now. This is Juniper. She's the keeper of the land here. She'll look at Forged, and Forged from Failures, he is the Sept's sheep wolf. And that's Raymond Caern.
It's nice to meet all of you. Like I said, I'm Quinn.
I am confused because Stakes said that Ray was leader. I am confused.
Don't worry about it. That's in
Okay.
the past.
Got it. Okay. Well, hi there. I'm Willow. It's nice to meet all of you.
Good job.
It's nice to meet you too, Willow. Things are just a little tense right now, so we've apologized on that front. And she means we, because as she looks at the rest of the pack. But we're more than happy to answer any questions you might have. Little tired right now. We've just recently lost a member of the Sept.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
So try and avoid all the stupid questions.
Okay, well, do you guys have a place to live?
No, we just live in the woods like some feral creatures.
Okay.
It
That's
was
fine.
funny.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
Look,
actually
see,
prefer
she's
that.
good with
That's-
that.
We have a house.
We have a house, yeah.
A lot of us live here.
Yeah. Juniper's actually built some dens with stakes. Maybe Willow. Juniper, would you want to show Willow some those dens at some point?
Yeah, I can do that. I'm also working on making some tiny homes in here as well, just in case.
They got some comfortable pillows and a doggy door at the house too, so if you don't feel like being outside, especially when it gets fucking taint sweating hot here, it's a good place to go, Steak says.
I'd have to look into a bigger place at some point, though. But yeah, we do have we have places to stay. Sorry. This is new. We were the new ones before.
That's understandable. I guess maybe I should have worded it better. Can we have a place to stay?
I know that I stay here. If you can find room at this pack house, you're more than welcome to stay there.
Yeah, I don't think we have any, though. I don't think so.
Oh, damn.
Well, one
There's
room has
Caern.
3 beds.
There's room in my room. You both can be with me.
I'm okay here if that's allowed. I've never been in Caern before, so I don't know what the rules are. But this is good. Okay, good. That I can do that if that's better. I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
everyone seems bad and sad, and I don't know how to fix that. So I feel the need to
It's not your responsibility
say
to
the
fix
sorry
it.
word.
What are you teaching this?
Galliards are supposed to be joyful and importers of the litany and songstresses.
Willow, our sorrows are not something for you to fix right now. Only time can heal that. But you are more than welcome here. Your concern is touching. But right now you are a new pup and you can just relax and focus on learning. Jester is an excellent Galliard here. She would be able to help you learn the stories of this area if you are interested in hearing them. Quinn, I know you said you've been a guru 4 years.
Yeah.
So you actually have some experience above us. But if you want to learn from some Ragabashes about how things work here, Artie is a great Ragabash to learn from. Stakes as well, and Juniper even has some wisdom as well to offer in how we do things here.
A year here is like 4 years anywhere else. That's why I drink. Steak says as she fishes another can out of her pocket.
Well, you also drink because you like the flavor of it.
Yeah.
I mean, if a year is 4 years for you, then I mean, you must be ancient by now with all the dog years adding up.
Only 6.
And for your ease, Willow, because I can see some tension too, Forged is just like that.
Okay, because he says things and it feels like there's multiple meanings, and it feels mean for no
Remember
reason,
when I
and
used to say
don't
people are
get it.
assholes? He's one of them.
Okay, but you said also not to say that word. So
Yeah, you
that-
can't say that word, but he is one. That
Why can't I say? Okay, you can't say. That's
You
not
can
fair.
say the
If you
word.
get to say the word,
Just
I
say
get
the
to
word. Just call it like it is. If it walks like a duck and quacks
asshole.
like a duck, it's a duck.
It's an asshole. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to call me that
But-
one more time? You want to call me
Forged.
an asshole one more time? Oh no, I'm asking you. Do you want to?
Don't let him run you over.
You know
We were
what?
going
Yeah,
through a
you're
bad
an
time.
asshole. Fuck you, asshole.
I will step out of the way to allow Forge to do whatever he wants.
I
And
will step in front of Willow.
Yeah, I will also step in front of Willow and just look at Forged and just give him a look.
So like, there's like 3 moving parts that happen. Like multiple people move. Forge has not moved an inch. He's just staring.
At this, Stakes lifts her can and says, "This is the Hellhounds introductions I expected." And she just toasts everyone. And that's where our story is going to come to a close this evening, but not without one last scene. Where the border of Georgia meets the border of Florida. He may have fallen back, but he never lost the scent. A massive wolf stalks through the woods, stopping just shy of where Georgia becomes Florida. He takes a deep whiff in and then exhales, letting his teeth bare and a snarl issue forth before stepping over the line and moving further into the state. This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to our guests, Champ, Nori, and Preston, for coming and reprising their roles here for this introduction. Go sign up to become a Ko-fi member, because I'm sure we're going to have a lot to say in our Rosebud Thorns following this session. It was heavy. So for as low as $5 a month, you can sign up for a membership on Ko-fi to get access to all the behind-the-scenes things that make this show work, as well as support this incredible community. But for these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production, produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. Visit our website at stpetebynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening, and until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.